I suppose we'll just start with the best damn intro in the business.
Eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs at a steadfast pace, asking what's science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. A master archer with bow in hand, his aim is true across the land, not just in science, but in every heart. He hits his mark with a steady heart. They call him QE, quantum eraser. It's all too easy for him when he takes the stage. With every word he states, they feel the rage. His presence alone rattles that cage. The crayon eating nupties are running out of time. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. With every swing of the cowbell, the illusion fades, and with each strike, the glow burns. demons, they cure them of their lie. Guide them toward truth with all his might. They call him QE, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about being a Glover is telling your daddy you're gay. Oh, so gay. That's why they need QE's treatment. They call him QE, quantum eraser. They call him QE, the quantum eraser.
That's some mighty fine picking and a grinning. Welcome to the show. A special Ballbusters Live 121. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's head on over to Discord with the master of ceremony, the beautiful Betty Van Velsen. Betty Van Velsen, go.
Yeah, I'm here. At least. But I hear this is a Ballbusters. I'm thinking I'm in the wrong show.
You're in the right show, girl.
I can't be. It's Tuesday.
It's a special Ballbusters,
How can I be?
as it's a special for special needs.
Hmm.
In the intro, Betty.
I am in the intro, but it's the wrong intro.
It's the right intro. And thanks for the song.
Song.
Hey,
You got a super chat already, by the way.
Super chat.
Yeah.
Is that booger? You here already, boy? Super booger, superficial, super flatty.
Uncool Ben sent super monkey ball,
That's all right. Thank you.
and Grace made that for you, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Shout out to Drace AI over at 24/7. He made it for me. I was just sitting around here. I didn't say, hey, Drace, go ahead and make a song. I'm not that self-involved, right? So I was sitting here last night, and I got a little message on Discord, and it was that. And I said, I didn't know what to expect, right? But when I started listening to it, I'll tell you what, I was laughing my butt off, especially at that part where she talks about, the hardest thing about being a baller is being that you're gay. But the second part, oh, so gay. That I was done for. That was it for me.
Somebody says in the chat, I want to give myself to QE.
What a guy.
He said Nathan's
Sounds
there,
good.
so do I. Because
Sounds
what?
good.
I said what? No. I said what a guy.
What a guy, that's right. Helping what? Kids and old ladies cross the street.
And still
Righting
like that,
wrongs, fighting crime, retarding ballers.
So tell me what I missed on the Ballbusters show, then that makes this
We
sort of a sequel to
we're
it.
not. You're not. No, we're gonna spend some time on the song, Betty.
Yeah,
Did you
but
play it on the
that
way
was
in?
after I was thinking and talking about this being a Ballbusters.
Yeah, this is a Ballbusters. I didn't want to go for too long in between episodes because the next episode would be 2 weeks from now. That didn't feel right to me. And
Next Sunday?
yeah, next Saturday, or it should have been the Saturday after that, but that's an archery tournament. And next Saturday, Adam can't be here. And I took all those factors into account, and I said, you know, I don't really want to put this off. We just did this Saturday, and I want to get more or less finish it up today.
Okay. That makes sense.
Can we get back to the song?
Get another soupy.
Superfly, supercharged, supermarket.
Sorry. Roger Ledwell sent, is it a Blue Planet special?
It's not. It's a BALLBUSTERS Live special. Is that it? Is that all you got? Any more comments on the song before we move forward?
Well, it's greatly sung. Who
Other
sang it?
than to say, I'm currently working on the video.
Thank you.
So there's going to be a video with the
That's
song.
AI generated.
Adam's going to make a background video.
It's AM generated.
It's funny
Again.
that I immediately thought of that too. It was when I listened to it like for the 5th time in a row, I said, boy, it'd be cool to have like a video behind this song. You know, sort of a James Bond type of thing with women's silhouettes and arrows flying everywhere.
Just silhouette?
Yes.
Okay.
So, anything more about the song? You guys seem so excited.
Well, I do have a question. How will you get the hippopotamus in the fishbowl for the music video?
With some soap and a shoehorn.
We would have shot.
How do you get the ball so big?
How you get what?
How do you get a bowl so big to fit a hippo in?
How do you get a ball so big you fit? What?
Yeah, in a fishbowl, right? Hippos in a fishbowl?
Yeah, that's what you do.
No, I want to know how big the bowl should be for the hippos, and how do you get one?
You just get mini hippos.
You're very low, Aaron. Sorry, I can't hardly hear you.
Mini hippos.
Mini hippos? Huh. Oh, but you can easily
All right.
those.
Easily. All right. So, anything more about the song from the Peanut Gallery?
I'm not a peanut gallery.
Any comments? Any suggestions?
Yeah, it's atrocious.
I figured that was coming.
Right, I'm gonna have to say it. Someone has to be honest.
Of course, it would be to you. Of course, it would be to you. It's a part of the
Because I
ego.
don't have one. Is that it?
That's
Yeah,
exactly. That's immediately what I think. Exactly. You got it. Betty.
Well, if the song was about me, I would consider it's brilliant. So.
yeah. I figured that. I was kind of shy, Betty, to introduce him to the song, but I figured, let me just go ahead and let him have it.
Nah, you're not shy at all.
It didn't do anything for my ego whatsoever. Honey! Honey! Is the limo here yet?
Don't let me laugh. Strokes it, but pretty much so.
I like
Yes,
that.
he
Keep
does.
them coming, guys. Keep them coming. All those nice songs about QE. Didn't you have another song already?
Yeah, a couple songs, couple girls wrote for me before. I was trying to find them. I couldn't find them earlier. I put them somewhere where I wouldn't lose them. You know how that happens.
I remember a song also, song about Nathan Oakley one time.
Oh, I remember that song.
I don't know if it edified him a lot, but
I don't think it.
that's
I
something like that.
I don't think it put him in the best light.
No,
We'll find it.
I think, yeah, I thought I had it sort of stored away somewhere. But
Talking about the Jeranism song where he puts his face on MC Hammer?
No. Another one.
Okay. Okay.
yeah, Ugly Flat Tide song.
Yeah. That's
I think I
right.
have. Let's see if I can still. I don't know. Snatch it. I'll put it somewhere. Let me see. Ballbusters here.
Somebody was belly laughing over that song back in the day. I remember that.
Oh, maybe I don't know if it's the song, the video. Let me see.
Stop mumbling.
Yeah, I'm trying to. No, it's just a picture.
I literally can't hear her over my kids in the background. Please get close to your mic, Betty, please.
Yeah, a little. Let me see. I did have it somewhere, but it might not
That's all right.
work. Maybe maybe it doesn't work anymore. I don't know.
Well, that's all right. Just find it for the next show.
Tuh. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now that all the pomp and circumstance has kind of dwindled down, I think it's about time to get into this again. And this is the debate, flat earth debate, you could have fooled me, between Austin Witsit, Boy Zero Sky Grifter, Aether Cosmetologist, and Harrison Smith at Infowars. Oh, let me go back into Discord. Sorry, folks. Let me X out of that. And get into this. How about that? Alrighty then. So I'm going to play the first, 5 seconds or so just to make sure we got the audio. And then we'll do a fiver and then we're dead in this. Any objections? I didn't think so.
No.
Here we go. 5 seconds. Let me know if you can hear it.
Again, my conception of Earth is not exactly super scientific.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, sound good.
Good.
Now, let me kick up the speed. Betty, you're going to have to listen to this fast. It's going to fast and furious, all right? Again, please try to make your comments concise. Try to steer clear of long diatribe monologues. If you would be so kind. Thank you for your cooperation. Nathan!
Yes.
You ready?
Ready when you are.
Adam!
Yes, sir.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Jealous Brian!
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Earth. I mean, again, my conception of Earth is not exactly super scientific. Like, I don't know all of the details of it, but it makes perfect sense. Earth is spinning, tilted axis, moon orbiting us, we orbit the sun, other planets also orbiting. So, I mean, all that makes perfect sense. Do you have any semblance of a model for flat Earth at all?
Yeah, sure. So it's a torus field. Just a torus field.
That's the model of flat Earth. It's a torus field.
Why?
How's that flat?
Why on all that's pretty and nice in the world? Why would you say that? Why after all you've learned, yeah, and what you're here for, what your mission statement was to represent us, would that be you? Why? I know why. Because you're an etherite, and you're not here as a flat earther. You're here as an exponent of ether, and that's why when you answered that question, you answered it like that.
Betty, is your flat Earth model a torus field?
Not that I know of.
Well, he's supposed to be representing. I don't know if you've seen the first part, but he was the chosen one, the flat Earth representative that would represent flat Earth the best. That was his mandate.
Who gave him the mandate?
I don't know.
Self-proclaimed.
Nah, I think there was a vote or something to that effect with Infowars, and they all said, "We want the chosen one." Boy Zero Sky Grifter, the Aether Cosmetologist.
Wait a minute. Has there been songs sung about Witsit yet?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Then you can't be the chosen one.
You can be if the chosen one is chosen by morons.
See,
Was easily
when
done.
you saying the chosen one, it's probably more in a Star Wars analogy. where young Witsit there is Anakin. And he went and got trained by Obi-Wan stroke QE much too late in life.
Did you say Obi-Wan stroke QE?
Yeah, I like that.
All right, fair enough. Here we go.
And that explains pretty much everything.
No.
There you go. Yes. There you go.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. So, this Taurus field, according to the chosen one right here, the Boy Zero Sky Grifter, Aether Cosmetologist, I think he just said it explains everything. Okay, fair enough. Let's move on.
I could pull up an image. I don't know if that's possible, but a Ferrell cell image of a Taurus field will show. You can just Google Ferrell cell image magnetic field. You'll see a bunch of them. It's just a Taurus field, and
just a Taurus field.
There's a vortex in the middle, and
Why are we now talking about magnets? What the hell? Why
He
we
sounds like a
put this?
chipmunk. Sorry, guys. I have to get used to the speed up thing.
You have to get used to the speed of it. Yes, but we have to do it because we'll be here all day.
We're here all day anyway.
Yes, ma'am. But we want to be here a shorter part all day.
Okay.
Yeah, but Witsit talks fast enough on his own. Now you're speeding him up. I'm lost.
He sounds to me like a chipmunk now.
Go ahead, Adam.
I was going to say, I with Neil, it's more apparent on the other guy. I'm not so sure you can tell with Witsit. You just think maybe he's freshly energized.
Yeah. So we got a Taurus field, we got magnetic field, there's a vortex. I see vortexes every day. I don't know about you. Here we go. Oh no! Supernatural, supersonic. Did I rumpus him?
It's okay. Yeah, he's just not saying super chat. He's saying to say super chat. Anyways, Roger Ledwell sent, "Evening, Adam. Get it straight. It's Aether, sir."
That's right. Shout out. Ethers.
A for Aether.
Here we go.
What a coincidence. You take the magnetic flux data of the Earth, you put it on a flat Earth map, and you get a perfect vortex around the center. You take the planets and you fit them within the Taurus field. It's perfect. So
he's a planet believer.
What is that? I want a J, and I want to hear this personal belief.
You're going to get 2 fivers because Infowars don't take J's.
I have 2 fivers.
2 fivers. Here we go.
What a coincidence. You take the magnetic flux data of the Earth, you put it on a flat Earth map, and you get a perfect vortex around the center. You take the planets and you fit them within the Taurus field. It's perfect. So, and of course, they claim.
Does anybody know what that meant?
Yeah, you put the planets in a Taurus field. It works.
No. You put a flat Earth, the flat Earth map. You put that at the base of the Taurus field.
Oh, yeah. Now it works. I got it.
Yeah, and you got planets out there in situ.
They fit perfectly.
Yes, they do.
And
like
and
a
the
glove.
Taurus field has.
Sorry, John. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and the Taurus field has consciousness to give us an explanation of all this. Cool.
Yes, it does, sir.
It's not perfect. I mean, you can bring up the image, but it doesn't match perfectly. It generally looks somewhat like it, but because magnetic fields, visualized match the magnetic field of Earth. I mean, that's not even so.
What the hell is this? Was it Infowars that brought this image, or was it Witsit? I don't know. What on earth is this?
Okay. Yeah,
Where we live.
No, so that'll be an Infowars image, won't it? Because look, that is the thing that's helping us not cook through cosmic rays. That's the Ball model described magnetic field of dual opposing torus fields, which protect us from, I say, cosmic rays, isn't it?
It looks like
That's
Chat,
theirs.
by the way.
What's that?
Super chat.
Superfluid, superconductor, superstition. Where's Bugger?
We even lost
I
Patty.
don't see it. I don't see a super chat.
I see Roger Ledwell. Evening, Adam.
We already
it's
did
great.
that one, Betty.
Did we? Oh, all right.
But I don't mind it going again because it was a rest of me. So evening again, Roger.
Ever, sir.
This.
right.
Thanks, Betty. That was so precious. You didn't walk out and come back in again, did you, during the beginning of the show?
I did. I did have to get myself some drink.
Too funny. This looks like the reproductive system of some organism.
Doesn't look very flat though.
What the heck's going on up here? Are these flames coming out here and such? And down here? What's going on here? Scorched earth scenario?
Okay, so that
Aurora Borealis, maybe? I'm not sure.
Aurora
exactly.
Borealis?
Aurora Borealis.
Yeah, that's your northern lights, which is a consequent of your double-sided toroidal field.
Huh.
On this, yeah, because obviously look at the shape of the toroid and the way the magnetic field lines come down. There is that open area which allows these particles to generate, in their view, that the northern lights. That's why the northern lights are where they are, because of the shape of the magnetic field.
All right, well, listen, we don't want to straw man Boy Zero with this. If this is an Infowars image, then you're free of this nonsense. We'll cut you some slack. Here we go.
I mean, is this your model, or I mean, that Earth
is this your model?
That thing with the ball in the middle. Is that my model? Oh, come on, Infowars.
Be it, right?
No, this is a flat Earth. Ironically, this is actually the.
This is the flat Earth. Is that what he said? Or Paul Fiver?
Right. So what? Right. So stop. Why has he got excited? Why has he got excited?
I have some questions when you're done.
I got some questions too about your mic in the background.
He's got a construction worker's hat on. I think there might be a couple of machines behind him.
Supernova, super glue, super mustache.
Super number. Okay, we got Roger Ledwell. He sent the Taurus field is where the Aether roams.
Thanks, Roger. Okay, I pulled a Fiver. Let's see what it says. Hold on.
Be it, right?
No. This is a flat Earth. Ironically, this is actually the ISS trajectory on the left. This right here in
the IS trajectory on the. Is he looking at another diagram? Is that the case here? Or another depiction? Because I don't think he's looking at the same one. It could be that, because how can you state that that's the path of the ISS? What?
Going around a ball. Why would you reify that or even say that?
Right. Let's go back. Which one's the path of the ISS? He has to be looking at something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Ironically, this is actually the ISS trajectory on the left.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I think he was trying to also show his stream, but his stream wasn't showing what he was trying to show them.
Right. That I caught that real quick. I mean, obviously, this isn't the path of the ISS or the flat Earth model that he just stated. So we got it. We ain't gonna charge him with that. It was patently obvious. Here we go.
Oh, this is a flat Earth. Ironically, this is actually the ISS trajectory on the left. This right here, and this is a Ferrel cell image of a magnetic field.
Right.
All of these patterns fit perfectly within that. And then there's also this. This is the magnetic flux data of the magnetic field.
Hey, Infowars, could you? I know this is nonsense, but could you at least pull his stuff up, for God's sake? Here we go.
On the Earth, it all fits perfectly within what we see in a magnetic field. And this is called a block domain wall. It's a plane.
Well, are you
Goes right through the middle. We live on
I'm not sorry. I'm just not seeing the images that you're pulling.
Yeah, we aren't either. You glue sniffer. Why is this image quality going down the tubes? Hold on a second, guys. What? 720p? Is that it? Let's do auto. That ain't doing nothing. Let's do 720. I'm sorry, folks. This is all I got.
Pulling up. So if we can, if you can share your screen, I want to make sure we know what you're talking about.
Oh,
exactly.
that's better.
Yeah, I am sharing screen on Skype right now, but I don't know if you can see it.
We'll figure that out. We have about 2 minutes to break, but we'll work that out with the crew during the break here. But what about? So, and I got some more images I want to show you. Again, I really just don't think that saying Earth is a torus field. I mean, that's not a physical description of where we are or how the world is composed or the universe is composed. I mean, is there a firmament? What is underneath us? Are we on a flat plane? Is there a map you can?
Why don't you ask him 25 questions right in a row? I mean, this is a belly laugher. Nice tie, by the way.
Yeah, but I understand his frustration. He's asked him a question because he's on there to talk about flat Earth and he's pimping Aether. So, can you just bring it back to flat Earth, your claim, dude? I'm with Ron Burgundy here.
Ron Burgundy, I forgot about that. Oh, boy.
Present to me that makes any sense at all. Is Antarctica an ice wall or is it a continent that exists? I mean, what is the actual argument saying that it's a magnetic or torus field that's not actually a physical description of where we are?
Well, shouldn't we?
What wasn't the question? I missed the question of where we were at. Was that the question?
No, but it was a nice rebuttal, wasn't it? Well, boy, sorry.
Yeah,
And you
ahead,
have
Brian.
30 seconds to answer.
Go ahead, Brian. And then
no, Adam, I just said it nails it. That's all I said. That's all I had to say. It nails it, though. It does. Just like, yeah, why are you telling me about all this? Why don't you show me some geometry or physics?
in a retarded sort of way, he was right. It's just the way Harrison presented it is moronic. Alberico, did you have something to say? Is that you, Alberico?
Yeah, it's me. I mean, yeah, I mean, pretty much they started. He started with. I mean, Harrison started this whole thing by speaking about the space and stars and all that stuff. He followed along instead of bringing it, to actual flat Earth. And now he's asking like 25 questions to answer in like the next 30 seconds because they're about to go on break.
I got you. Okay.
We apply the same logic that we do with everything else that we look into as truthers. Do like basically our critique is that we're not a cult of thought. You're right. We all think for ourselves, and we're all trying to figure out what's going on. And there was a cultish belief system presented to us that you're not allowed to question without being ridiculed, right? But like, what's beneath us? I don't know. What's beneath you on the globe? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. No one knows what's below 8 miles.
Ever dung? That was a good one. I caught that one.
No one. And the globe model, admittedly, can't even explain it mathematically.
The globe model. He keeps on giving them the globe model, right? I know we went over this the last time, but still, I hate to be pedantic on this, but I need to see this thing. If you're going to reference it to make some kind of point or make a train wreck point on the opponent's part, we need to see what you're basing this on. I don't think that's unreasonable. So, go ahead.
I think Witsit is being a flat Earth politician at this point.
Can I ask Nathan Oakley a question?
I'll tell you what, it better be on topic, or I'm going to have Betty put you on mute.
Come on, what are the odds, considering Nathan's not spoke?
Well, I wasn't here, so I don't know what the topic is. Can you just give me quickly what the topic is?
There's the point then. So you've got your own agenda that's got nothing to do with what we're doing, but in the...
He wants to speak to Nathan.
Well, I'm being respectful, right? I'm just got here, so I don't know what the topic was.
Okay, well, let us explain to you. We're going through a video of Witsit on Infowars. Has it got anything to do with that?
No, it doesn't.
No. Do you think it's changing the course then, what you're going to say, and appropriate?
No, go ahead, do your thing. I was going to ask him a question about the sun, but it's not related.
Oh, well, when we've gone through the vid, I'm sure there'll be opportunities, or maybe Witsit will bring the sun up and make your question pertinent.
There you go. Way to go, Adam.
Well, he's
Could
talking
be.
about everything other than the flat Earth, so you probably will.
Whoever's talking, we can't hear you.
Oh, really?
It's our genuine.
All right, here we go.
In their model with supercomputers. And what is Antarctica? You can't freely and privately explore past the 60th south latitude. We effectively live in a real life Hunger Games. Like that's a real thing, whether you think there's a globe or not. You can't freely and privately go out there. And that's based on what our government did. In 1946, they brought the Nazis over in 45, Operation Paperclip, 46, Operation High Jump, we went to Antarctica. And then we considered Antarctica our number one focus.
All right,
And
we'll be right back. We'll pick it up with Antarctica on the other side.
Is that too fast? Because I don't know. It's like I think I went into another dimension.
It's fine.
Austin Witsit, the debate continues in the next hour. Stay with us. All right, welcome back, folks. However that works, we don't know. We're not sure, but somehow we're broadcasting worldwide, flatter globe. So we do have to take certain commercial breaks. This will be a short segment, then a 60-second break, and we'll be back for 2 more big chunks. We're just going to dedicate this whole hour to continuing this conversation. Clearly, we've barely scratched the surface. Antarctica. I think there's a lot of suspicious stuff about Antarctica.
You barely scratched anything. You need to scratch your butt. This is a flat Earth debate. Are we going to get into any proof, any evidence of flat Earth? Or, on the other hand, there, Harrison Butthurt, any evidence for your globetard? Because we've been going for 52 minutes and 34 seconds, and there's been nada, zero, nothing. Okay?
Oh, it's coming.
Oh, is it coming?
It's coming.
Okay, here we go.
I think that there could be major military operations. There could be lost civilizations. There could be fertile land right underneath the ice with gaseous air pockets that preserve heat. There have been stories like
Gaseous air pockets that preserve heat? What? What in the world is going on here? Are you just making stuff up? My God.
Like that. I've read the accounts of Admiral Byrd and Operation High Jump, right? I get all of that stuff, but it ain't an ice wall. I mean, it does exist. And, you know, if
it ain't an ice wall, but it does exist. Nathan, was this one of those things you were telling me before not to do?
A little bit.
Sorry about that. That is pretty stupid. You want to try that one again, Harrison?
it was me and I was trying to keep some sort of military operation, some sort of breakaway civilization secret, it would be the greatest gift in the world to have a bunch of my worst enemies, the truthers and conspiracy theorists out there, thinking that it doesn't exist at all, that the idea of Antarctica isn't even real. And I mean, the map doesn't make any sense.
And have you heard any flat earther ever say that Antarctica wasn't real? Superchat, super glue, super duper, supercell.
I'm swapping back and forth from my phone to the computer because he's so low. I wanted you to hear him. Roger Ledwell said Nathan is now the sun expert.
Yes, he is. He's always been that.
I think his point, Nathan, was Nathan Alex. I have been saying Nathan. QE is that he would make if it was him, he would make it where there is saying that Antarctica doesn't exist, not that there is that it does exist.
Oh, so you're like a Harrison Smith gimp.
It does exist. You just need permission to go down there, I believe.
All right, we got it. Here we go.
I mean, just how do you comport this with everything else? I mean, there's a yacht race around Antarctica, right?
How do we comport this with everything, all the nonsense that he spoke about before? How do you comport this with what? And then sentence fragmented us. Now we're going into a yacht race. I mean, he needs some serious Adderall. I mean, central line, dump truck central line.
People have circumnavigated Antarctica. It didn't take them as long as it would have taken them to go on the outside ring of a flat Earth. So, again, if you're saying Antarctica doesn't exist, there's an ice wall or...
Now, he's saying that's what he did. See, you gimped and simped for him. No, he thinks that flat earthers think that Antarctica doesn't exist. This is where we're at here, folks.
Something, I mean, that alone sort of paints a picture of a model because you have to have an ice wall.
That alone, it sort of paints a picture of a model. Shout out to Nathan. I mean, this guy, he's a glue sniffer. Clown.
All around the outside and the Earth in the center. So is that the model that you're going with for flat Earth?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly open to that model. I think.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Boy Zero, the Sky Grifter. That's his model.
Again, the whole thing.
Wait a second. I thought it was a Taurus field.
Is detaching from making up claims you can't verify just because a bunch of people gave you claims that we can't verify, and so we need to replace them. But yes, it could be. It's known to be the highest elevation in the world. Just look up pictures of it. There is certainly what you could call a wall of ice holding the water in. Can't fall off the edge of a lake. There are stories of extra land beyond that. Actually, Admiral Byrd even seemed to imply that. So there could be more land.
Extraterrestrial.
We are sky grifting right now, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah. And the thing is, within all that diatribe of waffle, personal beliefs, there's a couple of words that were more pertinent. Him not wanting to ascribe it, but and then does.
Yep.
What's going off here? Are we discussing flat Earth or how somebody views the world? And this is what's disappointing, Austin. I wouldn't do the same, but I'm on there, as you said, you're here to represent us, not how you view the world. Just present for flat Earth what we've shown. You're not doing that, mate.
That's a novel idea. You know what? That's a hell of a good topic question. Boy Zero, Sky Grifter, can you run a show and title it Flat Earth Proofs? We would like to see that. We want to see your Flat Earth proofs. Would anyone watch?
He is.
Go ahead.
Hold on. He is representing the flat earthers that he's around. So he's representing them fairly well.
Here we go.
And when it comes to the yacht race allegedly around Antarctica, just look a little deeper, and what you'll see is that these boats have a top speed. It's a race. They do a similar race with the same boats in the north. And if you compare the top speeds, it's a joke. In the south, their top speeds in a race are way slower.
Right.
But it would make sense if they're
Betty, what's your top speed in the yacht race around Antarctica?
My top speed.
Yes.
Snail.
45 knots.
Oh,
actually traveling further than they think they are.
No, there's sailboats, and the wind patterns dictate it. So in places where there's high wind pattern, there's like northern trades, southern trades, like wind generally sticks to because of the spinning of the Earth, unfortunately.
Wind because of the spinning of the Earth, unfortunately. Cloud.
So hold on.
God.
So the Earth, the air does not spin with the Earth now.
Now I'm thinking he says it's because the Earth is spinning. We got wind.
Yeah, but he laughed when he said it.
Yeah,
he knows how ridiculous it sounds.
Yeah, he's saying, unfortunately for you flat earthers, we got wind because the Earth's spinning. That was the motif. I don't need to rewind it. That's what he said. That's what he implied anyway. Clown.
Weather patterns are fairly predictable, and there's not a strong wind that pushes you around Antarctica.
Weather patterns are fairly predictable. What a clown.
Maybe.
Unlike other places where they hold boats.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Superfood.
Superfood.
No, can you? He just keeps saying so high pitch.
Super nachos, super fong, super flatty.
Roger Ledwell sent. I had never have fallen off the edge of lake ever. No, he's never fallen off of the lake edge.
I was gonna stop and say something, but Nathan wouldn't have liked it. Yeah, I heard that part too, Roger. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Wait, is Booger trying to do QE? Instead of saying a super chat, he's doing what QE would do. I just noticed it.
It's possible. Flatsy needs to get him a mic.
Racist.
Antarctica is known to be the windiest place on the Earth in the southern.
Super chat, super Mario, supernatural, supercharged.
Yeah, sorry guys. I'm swapping from my phone back to the computer, back to the phone, just for all of the super chats so you can hear him. Willie Nanny sent, my top speed is gas pressure without a container.
That makes perfect sense. How tall are you? 45 kilograms.
And jet streams are actually significantly stronger. If you Google what place has the strongest winds on Earth, it will be Antarctica. I mean, I think they have the pictures ready.
Are they in Antarctica? Where's that yacht? Does the yacht race? Does it go, close to the actual continent? Anyone know? Just FYI.
I'm not sure, but that's what he was implying.
Say again.
That's what Harrison was implying.
Yeah, I don't know this. I think I seen it back in 2016 or something. Took 5-second look and then bypassed it as a nothing burger.
Ready as well.
Well,
if you don't mind,
it follows the 60th. I think it follows the 65th parallel with respect to a flat plane.
The 65th parallel with respect to a flat plane. Gotcha.
Yeah.
But is he back there? Supercomputer, superstition, superintendent.
No, that would be Refracted's kids.
Oh, that's a hey, you can't be trolling me here, John. Here we go.
Just so people can see what I was saying. Yeah, so if you look here, you're going to see that is a ferrocell cell image of a magnetic field, that orange picture. And if you take the planets, they all fit right within that. And
yep, he's a planet believer. So all the planets fit within this. So what is he implying that this Taurus field is moving the planets around the solar system? Is that what he's doing?
Correct. Well, around Earth, on top of the Earth.
Anyone?
What? Yes, it's supposedly training them above the Earth.
This doesn't look just like above the Earth. This looks like it's going every which way. Is this the flower of life?
The Taurus field will be that. What you've got there is the patterns we described that you can generate from flat Earth elevation angles. If you plot them from a central position of Polaris, once you've obtained that as a flat Earth elevation angle, you can plot these patterns out of the repetition of the planetas. Yeah, so they then make these Kundalini type patterns, don't they? Now that also matches with the shape of a toroid, a magnetic toroidal field, and that's all lovely. I wouldn't disagree. Some of them are similar. Not sure about Mercury. Look, little love art, bit crap. This is the Aetherian claim, as you alluded to. Is it these magnetic lines that are the thing that the planetas are traveling on? I think that's what's being alluded to here. Some form of causation for the motion of the planetas.
I think he implies the force.
Isn't that retarded?
Oh yes, sir. Fundamentally.
Here we go.
Little different portions of it. They literally do. I've actually overlaid them and transitioned them. They all fit perfectly within a ferrocell image. And then the other image is going to show you the magnetic flux data on the Earth on a plane, which conveniently they actually took this off the main website. They took the azimuthal projection off once people found it, and we had to make our own. It's a perfect torus. It's a vortex, just like in the magnetic field. And then that white line through the middle of that bottom right picture there is called a block domain wall. It's a plane, meaning we do live in a torus field.
Oh my God. Why are you doing this, Witsit? This has nothing to do with flat Earth whatsoever. This is your religious beliefs now, as you, and got it super speed, describe to people, yeah, that on that bottom right picture, that's where we live, that white line. This has nothing to do with flat Earth. This is your kooky religion of ether that you're now describing, and you're doing everybody a disservice now. You're making us look like idiots that actually think, right, we live on that white line in the middle there. Yeah, that's what we flat earthers now are being shown up the Infowars listeners as believing. Shame on you, son.
Betty, are you living on this white line without telling anyone?
Again?
Are you living on this white line right here and not telling anyone?
I don't see myself there.
There we go.
In the globe model, they have to admit this, right? And there's always
What globe model? There he is, giving him the globe model again. Like to see that. Next show, okay?
a plane through the center of it, and that's where you reside, is on the plane. We can't go beneath that, right? And neither can anyone that believes in the globe. So just to clarify that, not to necessarily bring it back, but it perfectly explains where we are, it explains containment, it explains the motions, a Lorentz magnetic force, and it.
Wow. It perfectly explains everything. Lorentz magnetic force and it explains containment. How so? Or it explains it or you explain it? Because I don't know. Seems like an inanimate object. I don't think it's going to be explaining anything anytime soon. You know what I mean?
He just says that it does and doesn't show.
Wow.
All way more viable than the other model. Like,
what other model? Can you show that other?
No, you see what you they're not our standards, Witsit. Yeah, we're not here saying, look, we've got a better model, it's more viable, therefore believers. What are you doing?
Don't know. I think we need a break.
How to conclude that there's anything about flat Earth? I think
Who's
like
talking in the background? I
about
can't hear him.
or something? What?
What? Huh? What?
Can't hear you.
I want to make it a little low.
Practically shouting in the mic.
Get a new mic. Here we go. Probably going to break or something.
Yeah, not really. We'll be back in about 60 seconds.
Not really.
That's some more pill.
Everything that Witsit just said, he goes, not really.
Superchat.
Superchat, superfluid, superfly, supermarket.
Roger Ledwell sent, magnetic carousel can be fun.
All right.
We'll continue this conversation. We'll overlay those pictures and see if they match.
I got to match my butt in your face.
What is a super chat generator?
Did somebody say super chat?
I'm saying Booger's a super chat generator.
Super. Thanks, Neil. The hell is this?
I don't know what the crew's up to. They're getting creative with us. In the world of unfettered discourse, a stirring debate is on the horizon. The age-old question of this quite quickly. As the Star War gets it, Witsit gets it on X at Witsit gets it, and his website witsitgetsit.com. And of course, he's done this debate many times. This is my first to go, but I've watched many of your debates, and some are I have to tell you, some are infuriating, some are extremely entertaining, and I'm always torn in the middle because the flat Earth people I always like more personally, but I just don't think they're right. I'm torn by this. But let's talk about some of the other issues that I see constantly brought up, like some of the main arguments for flat Earth, in favor of flat Earth, things like the curvature, seeing over the horizon.
That's what? In favor of a flat Earth is curvature. What?
Well, in other words, no curvature. I believe in seeing over the horizon, I guess.
Are you simping for Harrison again, Albariqua?
No. He's about to bring out curvature.
Hey,
what we all been waiting for?
Don't anticipate, dude.
Air next to a vacuum. I mean, these things I see brought up over and over, but they really don't seem that complicated to me. For example, being able to see over the horizon. I think you brought that up in your opening. The issue is not that you.
That is the biggest hand wave. It's just said, right, that having gas pressure next to a vacuum doesn't seem that complicated to me.
Yeah.
I just explode all over him. What do you mean? The man that doesn't want to deal with any science. Is that why it's not that complicated to you? Because we're not going to use science to discuss that.
He might address it after this.
Frustrating point, isn't it? and like I said, but it's also a point that allows you to come in. It's a point of conjecture that allows you to present some of the nonsense that they're holding together. There's a reason he said it and tried to hand wave it to dismiss it, because it's a very weak point for them. It's a crippler, isn't it? And it's why it's not a problem. Move on. Let me ask you about toroids.
No, he's asking about seeing over the horizon, I think was his last point.
You get my point. Let's move on from the ball killer, yeah, with a hand wave dismissal, and let's talk about something else.
Yep.
Straw.
Straw?
Yeah, I know. It was a straw man saying that we see over the horizon.
Yeah.
You can occasionally see in certain circumstances and under certain conditions, you can see farther than maybe mathematically, geometrically, using platonic solids. You should seemingly be
using what?
Platonic solids.
He said,
I heard it.
He said using plutonic solids. What the hell, Harrison? I gotta pull a fiber on that. I'm sorry. I gotta hear that again. Hold on.
Geometrically, using platonic solids, you should seemingly be able to see.
Seemingly be able to see using plutonic solids. I think they're, number one, platonic solids, not plutonic solids. You know, not like the quote-unquote planet. He's just a clown.
That's not the issue, that you have occasional times where you can see farther than you think you should be able to. The issue is that if the Earth was flat, you should always be able to see significantly farther than we can.
Significantly further than what? That's what I'd like to know.
Can. I mean, how is it that on a flat...
I knew it was a geometric thing. This is the trouble when you Dunning-Kruger pseudo-intellectual and you put it out there. Yeah, so I'll just read the description. I don't need to say any more after that, because the description's got nothing to do with the way you use it in the sentence. In fact, it demonstrates you do it. Platonic solid. Any of the 5 geometric solids whose faces are all identical regular polygons meeting at the same 3-dimensional angles. Like an octahedron, a cube, a dodecahedron, tetrahedron, etc. Those sort of examples. Sure, how that fits.
No, it doesn't. He said we are looking through them. What a bozo.
Flat Earth model, you can't see things thousands of miles away, hundreds of miles away, or even just tens of miles away on a normal day. I mean, what would explain that other than the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, that's a good question. So,
that's a good question. There's about 10 questions in there. They're all non sequiturs. I guess you're just trying to be amicable. Yeah.
There's something called attenuation. So light is absorbed into a medium, right? That's why you can't see the Hollywood sign from just a few miles away, right? I don't encourage anyone going and trying that. Just take my word for it. Stay out of there.
But smog.
But anyway, my point is that you can't see forever, right? The opacity of the Atmos. There's actually a very...
Not the Atmos. Atmo. There is no S there. Atmo. Got it?
There's more than one of them.
Wow.
Very famous observation of the Canigou Mountains from hundreds of miles away, and you can't see them until the sun sets behind the mountains. And then
the sun setting behind it. Really? He's a ball-tard, man. That's it. Game, set, match. If you, we've had enough so far.
Oh, no. I'm going to support him here.
Oh, are you? Okay.
It can set behind mountains. Sun can't set behind a horizon. Disappear. It can go down below the mountains.
Really?
And you might not know that distinction.
It can appear to say
the word setting, but
yeah, maybe to you, Adam.
I'm just being stop it. Shit sandwich, at least, you know.
Maybe you should go on the next show with Harrison.
No.
That well, maybe. I'll tell you what, I'd pay for that.
And then ask him to explain how do we see 2 platonic solids.
Platonic solids.
because that light is so much brighter and you have the contrast of the shadow of the mountains, you can see them. And they should be miles below the curvature of the Earth. So even in the globe paradigm, right, it would be, why can't we see the mountains before that? Well, it's because the atmos between us and the mountains are blocking the light. It's being absorbed, right, until you had a bright enough light to see it. So that
Really?
It's a valid point, but it's not a strong one, and it's not really addressing. I understand what he's saying now. It's not. Sometimes you can't see the mountains in the distance until the sun, yeah, and then they silhouette.
Sure.
On the sun. Valid point. Relevancy 0.
So that's it's pretty simple. We wouldn't see forever on a flat Earth. That's a misconception.
Okay, but we would be able to see significantly further than we
Significantly further than what?
can. I mean, the average.
Oh, just that we can. Oh boy.
View distance for the horizon's like 2 or 3 miles, right? But when I
view distance,
right. How many written invites? Right. No. How many written invites to bring up the black swan do you need?
No, he's not going to do that. No,
I'm not saying he's going to do it. I'm not thinking he's going to do it. But I'm saying, how many invitations to bring up this do you need from the host here?
Yeah, you don't need it. You don't need the actual black swan. He wouldn't do that anyway. I told him never to do that. But you could bring up. There's many photos. Say again.
Saying he listens to you. What are you here for? Upset QE? Not QE said that. No, you're here to prove flat Earth. It's just, why do we see too far? Is what the host's basically saying. Tell him, show him.
Yes.
Don't see too far.
Exactly. Well, let's see. Wait, he's not done asking him. Maybe he'll do it.
I fly on a plane. Planes typically fly at about 6 to 8 miles off the surface of the planet. I can look down. I'm looking through atmosphere, and I can see the ground perfectly well. So how?
What does that have anything to do? Is he retarded?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
Is it that our view distance isn't at least 6 or 8 miles? Since I know from my own personal experience that I can see through the atmosphere for 6 to 8 miles when I'm in a plane.
Well, first of all, we see way further than 6 to 8 miles, right? I mean, it's not that sometimes we see too far. It's that almost every day you're going to see too far. The globe model actually says that on average.
Globe model says.
No. You can't see any higher, any further than the height of the plane when you're looking down to the ground. It's kind of a set thing. The distance you see down to the ground is based on your altitude.
Do you think that the globe model and the toroidal field could get together and have drinks later and start talking about other stuff too, since they're explaining all this?
Yeah. That was a really funny point that Adam made that many didn't catch. That was hilarious, Adam.
This is, they're not having a conversation. They're not listening to each other in the slightest, are they?
Nope. This is one big nothing burger of moronacy.
You see at least 15 to 20% too far. That's the average. But on a plane, you're looking straight down vertically through the atmos, right? And we have like density layers. So looking out horizontally through it, certainly closer to the surface, is going to be way more compounding, denser medium. That's going to.
You got horizontal density layers. There, Witsit. Can you, on your next show, can you show horizontal density layers? We want to see that. Idiot.
Block your light. So it's not the same as looking straight down through it. I will say also, my boy Jaron.
Your boy, Hanoi Jaron. Unbelievable. What'd he do?
He looked up, or he went and made an observation in California like a week ago, and no one could see the mountains, right? They were 75 miles away. They were 75 feet up. They should have been blocked by hundreds and hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. No one could see them. So one might clap their hands and say, look, the Earth's a globe. We can't see the mountains. But then they pulled out their infrared camera.
I hate that. Should they be? No, got eyeballs. We just see stuff. It shouldn't be blocked by anything unless we're all on a ball, assuming there should be an obstruction, like he's just phrased it. Very irritating.
It's about time you jumped in. This was about the 10th time he brought this up.
Nathan's tuning out.
Oh.
And they could see that.
I tried to trigger him with "we see too far." I thought he'd gone for his take.
Yeah.
What that proves, even if you thought the Earth was a globe, is that the atmosphere is actually blocking the mountains.
Now he's giving him atmosphere. On your next show, can you show the atmosphere?
Mountains. The light from the mountains, you can't see them until you put out infrared, which cuts through a lot of the haze. It only has a small spectrum of light, a longer wavelength of light, and you're able to see it with less obstruction. So
Oh no! Look what they
man,
did.
they just roll me over. That's not Witsit's fault. That's
No, it's
just
not.
naughty.
Yeah.
No, that's just really shithousery. Yeah, is the correct phrase. To have Witsit made that statement, them to put that up is naughty. He is actually making a good point. Yeah. Sometimes when we use our eyes, we can't see very far, but if we invoke infrared, oh my goodness, we can see a lot further, and that is not commensurate with the globe. And then they put up Mount Canagoo.
No, this is a Canagoo. We just did a
Which one
show
is it,
on this. Remember?
Forgot the name then. Rainier.
Rainier. Yep. I think it's.
There you go. Sorry.
Yeah, we just did it on the show. Just was it last week or the week before?
Which
Yeah,
is
it was
not
funny. I
the
think
point.
Wits is actually looking at what they're showing now. Before he wasn't, and he's looking at what they're showing and actually rebuttals this.
Okay.
Really fast.
Go ahead.
Oh, good.
Go ahead.
'cause
Finish up.
That's disingenuous what they've done there on screen.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, 100%.
That's pretty simple. Also, this picture they're showing right here is also not proof that the Earth's a globe, because if you look at the same shadow in a plane, you'll actually see that it's out parallel below you, and it's merely a perspective thing.
Okay, but where's the sun in that picture? I mean, and you even said the sun sets below the mountains in the last example that you used, but that's
right.
doesn't make
To
sense.
stop.
Yep.
And that right. So we all like that. I gave a little forgiving, but this guy is as unsharp as he is. He's picked up on that. You even said the sun sets.
So I think he's actually Harrison. Go ahead.
I know, dude. Go on.
Yeah, I think that Harrison is playing a dummy, but actually wanted, he gets picking up on some of the stuff just to actually throw it back at him.
No. Told you earlier. Ron Burgundy. It's all in. It's coming from his ear, mate. All of this. Yeah. He's Ron Burgundy. There's nothing there. No spark ever. It's just been told. You even said earlier.
Oh, super salad, super chat.
Sorry. Roger Ledwell sent boy 0, relevancy 0 works for me.
Thanks, Roger. God, finish up, Adam.
Genuinely, my point, no. From what I'm seeing in terms of actual live discussion, there's nothing there. Somebody through his ear, which is why I said wrong, has said, you said earlier, say this. Because it is a very good point. He's the one that's invoked the sun setting. Yeah? Instead of just calmly saying, as the sun goes into the distance. Yeah? It gets further away from us.
Right.
And the point is, whoever's in the video room is clued up enough to spot that. They are a good anti-flat earther because they've spotted it and they've fed it for him, put it as a rebuttal. There's a crew behind this. Let's not kid ourselves.
Sure.
But sunset is a rhetorical device to describe the elevation angle change of the sun with respect to the horizon.
Correct.
AKA a flat plane.
Yep.
So what the hell does it matter? Even if you give them that, they don't have nothing.
No, but the Witsit's not going to give the rebuttal you just gave, John.
You know.
Yeah. Okay, then. I've not seen it. You've not seen it. I'm going to go to PayPal right now. What we're putting on it.
I'm not betting it.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, the sun doesn't set on a flat Earth model; it just
You're
moves
going
away
to
from
get
you.
personal dome. You're going to get personal dome.
He said the sun doesn't set on a flat Earth model.
Well, it moves away from you and then looks like it's going down. Just like if you see a plane flying towards you, it looks like it's going up. Then as it flies away, it looks like it's going down. Or if you look down a long street, you'll see street lights look like they're going down. They're all the same height, though, right? It's just perspective. The same reason that a hallway converges. The sun does the same thing. And actually, we have many observations of the sun disappearing above the horizon. So the sunset happens above the horizon.
Do you have an example of that? This would be a good time.
So that actually perfectly matches plain Earth. The sun is just small, local, moving away from us. Looks like it's going down and then disappears.
Again, you see, open invitation now.
Yep.
Bring up the black swan. And not necessarily directly the black swan. Use the black swan to educate this guy who clearly thinks the horizon is the leading edge of a ball. We've got to now demonstrate something to him. make him to realize that the horizon is not the leading edge of the ball, because that's what sunsets are. And again, I would go just take him to the Black Swan. Yeah, it's all you need to do. Make him affirm that the horizon is the leading edge of the ball. That's why the sun cuts off, because there's an obstruction in the way, and then take him to the Black Swan.
Then just bring the hammer down on him. It'd be over quick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get the agreement first of what the horizon is.
Yes, sir.
Teach him about 180 degrees. That's what the guy needs to learn. He needs to learn about. And what does that entail? It entails a flat baseline, because that's what he's talking about when he's talking about a sunrise or a sunset. He's talking about 180 degrees. That's apparent, not actual heights.
Years into the distance. But on a globe, it should always be going behind the physical curved horizon. We see the sun disappear above the horizon.
Physical curved horizon, eh?
You see the sun disappear above the horizon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be, if you had that, weaponry, shouldn't they have it, as part of his presentation, since they're posting all their nonsense? I'd like to see that.
See, you're making a claim now, aren't you? And this is the trouble. It's clever, and you might have a picture or a video too.
Yep.
I'm sure there is. But you're now forcing your claim. You're trying to be... Look at his face. Smug mode. And there's nothing wrong with that if you're dealing with somebody that's as intellectual as you are, but you're not. You're there to present flat Earth. Just destroy the horizon as a physical edge. So all you need to do, you don't need to show that you've got Dunning-Kruger in optics.
What I notice is that none of these guys, right, don't mean to decry what Adam's saying, because that's 100% correct, just so everyone knows. But none of these guys are making each other support for claims.
Yep.
None of them. This guy Harrison, I would have him with his back against the wall, right, trying to support 90 claims, because the amount of rubbish that's coming out of that guy's mouth is phenomenal.
Yep.
The first thing that comes out of his mouth that is a claim, support that right now. I won't put up with any red herrings, any nonsense. Support it now.
Now, yep.
Do you know what I mean? That's
Stop.
Very forthright about it.
Stop the whole debate. I'm right with you. Stop the whole debate and say, support what you just said right now. Oh, man. Super mullet, super far away, super mustache.
Sorry. Roger Ledwell sent, Nathan, they brought the sun up, or brought up the sun.
Is he still here, by the way? Let's see.
I'm always here.
Not you, Nathan, the guy that brought the question up. Nah, he's not
Oh,
here.
yeah, where is that guy?
He's not here.
Well, Nathan said he studies the sky, so he's be the right person to ask.
Thanks, Roger.
Yeah, yep.
Not any sunsets I've seen. I see it disappear below the horizon.
More rare.
But I mean, look, if
Not any sunsets you've seen. That's an argument for personal incredulity. Good job, moron. Witsit, take him to the woodshed.
If this tabletop is the Earth, I mean, it doesn't matter how far away the sun gets. If I'm on the tabletop and the sun is above it, I should be able to see it, unless the sun is like a stage lamp, right? Like a spotlight, a shielded spotlight. Where
a shielded spotlight? Huh?
It's time for, like, what I'd have there would be Mitchell's demonstration. Any talk about anything, Mitchell's demonstration.
Oh,
with the coin. Just, it is over.
And I think this is a fair point from Witsit here. I read something, and there's probably other people that can either deny it or corroborate it. What I heard was he wasn't allowed to give any form of presentation.
Really?
Nothing. Yeah. Which makes it very difficult, particularly when they're straw manning with images of nothing. You know what I mean? But from what I don't know if there's anyone in the panel.
Well, his images, the Witsit had images up before. Remember the toroidal field and all the...
No, that wasn't his. It was a ball.
No, it was his.
That was just a toroid. I think that he... I know what you mean, the one with the white line.
Yes.
Right. Maybe he did send that. From my understanding, he wasn't
in
allowed
advance. That would have been arranged in advance. What images do you want to rely on so we can have them all ready and queued up and use them in the appropriate moments, and we can talk about them on screen? Send them all to me, and when you ask for them, give them a number and I'll put it up.
Yep.
Or, let me know what the image is. So he'd have provided what he wanted to support his arguments. What did Witsit have put up? Toroids. That's what he sent them.
Yep. That was his image, Adam.
I don't know if that is. I can't vouch for that.
It is. Don't worry. It was.
It was Witsit. I think after the break, because he couldn't see what Witsit was sharing, he was able to share that one image, which was the toroid.
Yep, that was Witsit.
Okay. So it wasn't then preloaded. Please send a stock of your proofs. It was Witsit objecting to the recognition that there was so much shit on screen that was strawmanning him. He wanted to get one image up. And I've got another point after that if people agree with that summation.
Go ahead.
Which I assume nobody disagrees with. Okay. And it's what Nathan just said. Doesn't matter whether it was a month ago or on the night when he objected. The image he got sent through was nothing to do with proving flat Earth. It was only linked to his religious beliefs about what's dragging the planetas around, as far as I can see. Or the structure of a toroid and where that flat plane might be, that white line where Betty lives.
Where Betty lives. Yes, up to this point. All right, we're getting pretty deep into this, man. So, go ahead, Brian.
Sorry. When I heard that he was going to be on this Infowars, and I heard that he supposedly there was an overwhelming amount of people wanted him to debate flat out against whoever in Infowars, this guy or whoever. I find that hard to believe, because where are all these people, and who are all these people who wanted this and wanted Witsit there? Because you're not finding them on Discord. I'm sorry, you're not. You'll find a few supporters of Witsit.
You ever go on his chat when he did the show?
I know there's a lot of people there, but I don't know if there's enough for an overwhelming.
Let's just make it a bit quicker. Sorry to cut you off, just to make it a bit quicker. Just to make it a bit quicker. Brian, are you suggesting that they told the audience that he was there by popular demand, but in fact they handpicked him because they knew he'd be a good opponent to take apart?
Yeah, I think he's more handpicked, way more handpicked. Yeah,
it was a Twitter thing that happened.
Yeah, that's what sparked it off the Twitter thing that happened.
Well, that can't be manipulated.
We all love Witsit because he sells fairy tales.
All right, here we go.
Where I'm blocking perpendicular view. I mean, if the sun is a ball, or even if it's just a disk, I should be able to see it. No matter how far away it gets, I'll still be able to see it. There's no illusion where the sun drops. I mean, it's pretty clear the sun drops.
Can he support that?
It's not that no, of course he can't, because the statements he's just made are incorrect. Yeah? Angular size to distance. He's claiming that it doesn't matter that if you're on a flat Earth, it doesn't matter that the things shit shrinks. Yeah, and even if they're up in the sky, the further away they are from you, the lower in your field of view they'll occupy, to the point that you can no longer see them. Even he's not recognizing that facts of optics. This is like
there is no perpendicular.
It's like listening to a Jew. No, it's like listening to a Muslim, right? Tell a Christian that Judaism is wrong. It's the most. Nobody's engaging with each other. You're giving lines. Nobody's trying to prove a point. You've got one guy preaching his religion, the other guy attacking another religion that the other guy doesn't recognize, so the other guy doesn't respect.
You got it, Adam. You're all over this. Exactly. That's a good summary of this.
Behind the Earth and then disappears for like 12 hours and comes up on the other side. I mean, again, this is just observation, but it perfectly comports with the round Earth model. I do not see an explanation for this in the flat Earth model.
Well, so for one, it actually doesn't, right? They say that when the sun sets, it actually was below the curve of the Earth for multiple minutes.
Right.
Every day.
Right. Because light bends, yeah.
What? Yeah. Light bends. Really?
Yeah, so just another illusion that's convenient, right? But fine, yeah, sure, light could bend. It's not
Well,
really.
but how do you explain sunsets? How do you explain the colors of sunsets without?
How does he explain the color of sunsets? Let's see what happens here. This is a good one. All right, good.
Around it, because in the round Earth, it's pretty simple, right? The lower it goes, the more layers of atmosphere it's going through. Certain light frequencies are blocked by it. Other light, as you point out, like infrared will break through. So you've got these spectacular colors because they're the whatever higher or lower frequency that break through the atmosphere.
Look what's going on here. Thanks, baby. I got orange.
Look at that. Have you ever seen? This is it. When I say straw man in imagery, how many images of a sunset can you get where there is a match in the horizon and no miraging of the circle down back in before it meets the? That's a really fantastic image that is outside of the normal, isn't it? Well done.
No, that's. Sorry, Adam. I thought you were finished when you said outside the normal. No, that's the sun mirage. Like that, I'd be correcting this guy on what he's showing. I'd be correcting him on what the official stance of what a sunset is. And a part of that would be the correction of what the official stance of what the horizon is. It's total nonsense. Like that is officially not the sun in the morning or the evening. Officially. Like correcting this guy on some of the stuff, but it's okay because Witsit's just going to leave and go on with any of nonsense.
All we've got to
Yeah,
look
but
at is horizon. Yeah, bring him back to that. This is right. Whatever he's going to claim's happening, whatever the nature of that light that we have to disclaim, we do not know fundamentally. Right? Look at what's on screen. What do we know? Now, what they know is that that line, that differentiator, where the sun's setting in their world, is the leading edge of a ball. Just go there.
Yeah, of course. No, that's 50% of what I'm saying. The sun mirage is meeting within their paradigm a non-geometric horizon.
Correct.
So what we're seeing there, according to their official story of both the sun at the horizon in the morning and evening and the horizon, is the meeting of two optical phenomena. There is no tangibility going on there at all, according to the official story.
Correct.
Yeah, and light can't bend if it's a particle-like thing. It can't bend. You know what I mean? A wave can bend if light was a wave, but it's been proven through quantum mechanics to not be a wave. Even I know that.
Well, it's already over because Witsit already said, well, yeah, of course, refraction. I'm pretty sure he said that.
But even within their own paradigm, light doesn't bend. Sorry, go on, John.
I was just going to say, all this picture is showing is the elevation angle change to 0 with respect to a flat plane. Well, how does this? Nothing helps them. This doesn't help him. Even in his delusion, it's still with respect to a flat plane. He's just not saying it. He said perpendicular just 20 seconds ago.
Yep.
There is no perpendicular on a sphere. This is stupid.
But Witsit needed to ask him, do you know what perpendicular means? Support that.
Yeah, that would have been a good question. So I've asked ballers that, or anti-flat earthers, when they've said perpendicular, I've asked them what it meant. No one's giving me an answer just yet. Too funny. Everything you just said was correct.
It means no longer touching the surface.
Huh?
What does perpendicular mean?
That's my question.
Well, in fact, so if I take the perpendicular to my zenith angle, it means whatever that perpendicular is, it's no longer touching the surface. One thing I know, it's no longer, if I'm on a ball, commensurate with the surface. They say it to, as this guy did, to try and act pseudo-intellectual. The implication is they're drawn a tangent, which means they've detached themselves on the surface.
What about the 90?
Oh, to get the 90 means a detachment if you're on a ball.
Thanks, Adam.
I mean, how do you explain sunsets having...
Remember, he said you have to explain the color of sunsets. Don't forget about that.
colors if the Earth is just.
That's what I'm talking about. He just said it again. I'm going to pull a fiver. Listen.
I'm lost now.
I mean, how do you explain sunsets having colors if the
Told you.
Earth is just moving away from us? I mean, there is no physical explanation for that.
I think I can do it. I think I can do it.
God.
How do I explain sunsets having color? Light.
Good job, Adam. All right, we got another one. What's going to happen here?
Of course there is. You're looking at the sun, the source of light, through the most dense layers of the atmosphere.
Well, that looks like the sun right there.
Even though it's above you, which mind you, it's
No.
93 million miles
Stop. See, I was right. I know I was right. Look at it. The reason. How many videos have you seen a sunset like this, where I know you're getting the green flash, but what they're trying to present, look, is it definitively not miraging, no reflection, nothing, disappearing over a Terminator leading ball edge. This is what that video is. Yeah. There's nothing that's so dissimilar to anything you'll see in the real world. It's a unique vid. Saw it earlier when there's half a sun on the horizon. You do not see that. Yeah? It's not what the video. And now they're presenting it again. Give me two fives. I just want to watch that.
Yeah, of course there is. You're looking at the sun, the source of light, through the most dense layers of the atmosphere. Even though it's above you, which mind you, it's 93 million miles away.
Right, pause it. Did you see it, Brian? Where does the sun disappear? The whole thing's a mirage. Yeah,
yeah,
the
it is.
whole
That's
horizon, everything is mirage. The point of disappearance has already occurred, and yet we've still got this miraging reflective effect where we think we've still got the width of the sun. But actually, that last 3 seconds, QA, just shows where the point of optical dissolution occurs and where the true horizon is outside of the distortions. The actual, not true. That's such a bad choice of words.
It was.
Sorry. I did. You see how I realised? What I'm saying is, there's further points as the plane continues where a secondary optical effect will redefine the horizon momentarily, as you see there. That's a better description.
On the globe,
that's
far
the
above
sun
the
mirage.
Yeah, you already went over that.
Sorry. Yeah, but just saying that's the point. Even before that, before we see that part, the little thing of the sun before that, you can see that the sun is starting to become the mirage. That's what it is, morning and evening. There is no sunset. You know what I mean? It's to do with the sun and what it does. It creates heat and all the rest of it. That's what's to do with. That's why you can go up to the top of the Burj Khalifa in Dubai and think you're seeing a second sunset. No, you didn't see a first one. It's an optical phenomenon, not actually happening. You don't see it with the stars because the stars aren't creating the amount of radiation and heat that the sun is. Anyway, shut up now.
You're looking at an angle that goes through.
If we can, please, QA. Just one more five, just to see that again, because it is exact perfect description of
course
what
there is.
Brian's
You're
saying.
looking at the sun, the source of light, through the most dense layers of the atmosphere. Even though it's above you, which mind you, it's 93 million miles away on the globe, far above the atmosphere, right?
Good. Can we move on?
You're looking at an angle that goes through.
Do you not think that's a beautiful image? The Infowars put up that absolutely, if you know what you're looking at or you bother to look at it properly, destroys their argument.
I appreciate it. We've been here 5 minutes. It's got its due time.
Through the atmos. So you're seeing it through all.
Not Atmos. Atmo. No S. The S is silent.
Of those layers of air. It's just like how if the streetlights were going down the street, I could put my thumb up and block them. I could see a shadow relative to that. It would look like the streetlights are below my thumb. I could put a 2-foot trash can on the ground and see the streetlights that are 10 feet tall look like they're below the trash can, just based on perspective. You would be looking through the horizontal atmosphere since perspective is having you look down at where the sun is. So you're going to see that light through that.
What? Wow. All right. Somebody get a trash can.
The sun often gets bigger as it passes, as it goes to set. I mean, it doesn't get.
What's up with the colors? Have we forgot about the colors of it?
Smaller. It's not a diminution to nothingness, right? The idea that
a diminution. Huh?
I looked that word up.
Good luck.
If it's just moving away, it should just get smaller and smaller and smaller. When it goes to the atmosphere,
What was that? Huh? Nah, I thought for sure that was a super bugger. I guess not.
often the atmospheric lensing makes it appear as though, if anything, it grows bigger.
Atmospheric lensing. Atmosphere, that's a paradox in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. And lenses are made of platonic solids.
I think he means diminution.
What?
Not sure what he said. Diminution. Diminution. Yeah. Whatever he's. I think what he's talking about is the sun should shrink in size there. He's been fed. See, again, he's been fed a couple of words. And he's got a point. But he clearly doesn't even understand the good point he's just made.
Nope. He doesn't understand how to pronounce the word correctly. That's not a word.
I know.
I just looked it up. It's not a word.
Yeah, it's another word. Correct. Yes.
But it's the word he's meaning is the derivative for it to diminish.
What are you pulling now? You are Harrison Gimp.
No, I'm trying to demonstrate. As I said earlier, he's Ron Burgundy. He's just used the word as eloquent as it was and as mispronounced as he pronounced it. Yeah. Point was, actually, he's been fed from somewhere.
Sure.
Because that word is to attack whether or not the sun should be shrinking in size as he goes. He doesn't know what he said. He's Ron Burgundy. Yeah. He's actually made a good point to Witsit. Now, he's pronounced it incorrectly. Yeah. But that's the point. He is Ron. Over to Ron.
Thanks. Over to Ron Burgundy. Yeah, he's got a prompter. That's what he's looking at now. Say again?
Yeah, he got a teleprompter there. You could tell he's looking at it.
Oh yeah, he's been doing it the whole time.
He's making a point he don't understand, pretty much.
Yep, he's been doing. I've caught him doing it the whole time. Nice tie.
But usually, it looks like it stays the same. And again, like atmospheric lensing or
there's no lens. Can somebody show me lenses in the atmosphere? The paradox.
Yeah, that'd be Rob Skiba's fault.
Yeah.
Refraction.
Refraction. You don't know what refraction is. Not a single baller in 8 years has told me what refraction was. Not a single one. They can't even recite Snell's law. None of them can. 8 years, people.
Explains pretty much all of this, like the idea that you can see farther than you think technically you should be able to. That's because, the Earth's atmosphere bends the light. I mean, light.
What?
Where's Nathan? Where is Nathan right now? Yeah, this is it, Nathan.
He's tuned out.
Just claimed we see too far.
I'm here. I'm just in the background doing vacuuming, but I can sit down and answer a question if you want, Adam.
So we no longer talking about the colors of sun.
We bypassed that. He's not going back to colors. We wanted to prompt Nathan to comment on that refraction in the atmosphere.
Refraction? What? Air refraction 7/6 of a radius. Refraction is a Snell's law, which this isn't applicable in sphere-shaped air. What bit do you want me to address?
Nothing. You're good. Go back to
that was
vacuum.
just the trigger point that he's literally just claimed we see too far. That's why I was saying, oh. If ever I hear that, even if I heard it in the street, I'd expect you to jump out from the corner and go, no, it's just a clock.
What? Superconductor, superintendent, superficial.
He is saying it at such a high frequency, no human ears can hear it. Roger Led Wilson. One more time, say bye-bye, ball.
Bye-bye,
Did you
ball.
want me to go through Did you want me to go through the clock example, Adam? Is that what you were asking for?
Yes.
I think that's a perfect point because that's what he's raising here. He's looking for what he's asking he's putting the postulation to Witsit is that why do we see too far sometimes? And he's already provided the answer for his teleprompters that it's refraction, terrestrial refraction. Yeah. So yeah, that would be a good point. And this is what you just love Witsit to now with. Over to you, Nathan.
It's almost like a joke now, but there's two people standing on the edge of a bay. They're looking across the bay at a clock. It's maybe 10, 20 miles away. It doesn't really matter. A very long way away. And the one guy says to the other, "Hey, check out that clock." And the guy looks back at him and says, "No, that is not a clock. That is a slightly looming non-standard refraction holographic projection from behind the physical geometric sphere edge horizon we call Earth curve. It's been refracted up into our vision because we are seeing too far. It's not a clock. It's a mirage. Have you never heard of refraction?" And the guy who originally pointed out the clock says, "I just see a clock." Now, the guy who just sees a clock is a flat earther with a set of eyeballs. He opens his eyes, looks across the bay, and sees a clock, and says, "Clock." No explanation is required. Meanwhile, the other guy, with a slightly looming non-standard refraction high in holographic projection of a clock from behind the physical geometric sphere edge horizon we call Earth curve, refracted up with non-standard refraction so it can be described as a mirage, is a globe believer who says we are seeing too far. Notice it's the globe believer making apologies for something we just see and saying we see too far and explaining why we see too far, not the flat earther. The flat earther just sees a clock. No explanation required.
Everybody knows this. This is why I can talk to you through a camera lens, right? Because the lens itself is bending the light. That's why.
What? This is why he can see. This is why Harrison can see Witsit. Because the lens is bending the light.
Who's invoking Snell's law, is he? Come on, smart ass. Let's have you. Yeah.
Witsit should be able to respond to, Witsit should be able to respond to this and understand to the level that Brian has explained it to me, which is to say, refraction's the increased value of the sphere beneath your feet at a rate of 7/6 of the radius. The clue is in the 7/6 orbit. It's got absolutely nothing to do with light. So in this exact moment, maybe I should throw it out to the panel. What's the question Witsit should be asking in response to this? Define refraction.
Yep.
That's why I just laughed at. The guy has now just given him another opportunity where he's presented the camera lens and how light will enter that. That's the issue. He should be defining refraction and demonstrating to them what refraction is. Right? Fundamentally, at this point, it's the incidence angle between the transference of two media. Yeah. Not some imaginary atmos issue. Yeah. That's what refraction is. Define that and make him now make his extraordinary claim. Make him define, make him flounder for a bit of terrestrial refraction. Then I'd go to Brian's bit where I'd take his ass apart and show him how it's just a mathematical construct where light doesn't bend, but we make the radial value bigger.
Yep.
As described by 7/6R.
R. And what's the R stand for in that?
Radius.
Exactly. Not refraction, baltards, you morons. 7/6 R. Radius. And would like to see how you got that R, by the way. Thanks.
Got it from a flat Earth measurement.
Yes, they did.
Light bends with the atmosphere, and so it goes farther than you think it should be able to.
Well, that's different, though. That's two different media, right? So you have the lens and you have the air. It's two different media. It's called Snell's law.
Oh, yeah.
Good lad.
Yeah, good. Okay. And?
Which is two different mediums, but not a singular one. Now, it's not that light can't be displaced within a medium. It's just that that's...
Whoa.
Why would you do that?
Why he dropped it?
It's whistled past it. Whistled straight past it. You know, he should hold him to account. I mean, I say ask him what refraction is. Telling him what it is should be followed up by him holding to task on it, not just whistling straight past it.
Neil there. Neil, is that not like he's past the guy, he's running down the wing, he's at the 80-yard line, he's at the 9 line, he's fumbled! What? He fumbled the ball. It's a total fumble. Just had him.
Yep. We had our hopes up there, boy zero, but Here we go again. You let everyone down.
That's an unfalsifiable claim. They claim that light can be infinitely bent around the globe. You could see the back of your head if you wanted to, that there's no limit to it, which makes it unfalsifiable. But sure, you can say that. But
And that's wrong. Stop.
Yeah, that's wrong.
No.
Yeah, again, based on what anti-flat earthers say light will do when they describe it with a curve calculator in front of them. No, it's 7/6 of the radius. It's inflating the ball. That's what it's
Doesn't
actually
know
doing.
that.
Now he's begging the question for them and giving an anti-flat earth rhetoric for him. Why is he giving this to him?
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Dumbass.
Yep. There you go, folks.
there are certain observations we've made that falsify the refraction claim. And without refraction,
What refraction are we talking? Right, you've just given it him. You've just transposed in the mind of the listener, viewer, whatever, Snell's law that you brought up appropriately, and that term refraction, that sciencey word, applies to the transit of photons in the air.
Yep.
You just gave it him.
Yep.
What are you doing?
For the audience, just for the audience's benefit, there's terrestrial refraction, which is globe-based 7/6 of a radius value or any derivative that they choose on the day. And there's Snell's law, which is refraction.
Yeah.
Terrestrial refraction, globe-based, R-based, begging the question, flat Earth measurement-based refraction. That has nothing to do with air at all and everything to do with inflating a ball. And then there's refraction, where light will traverse two different mediums as described in Snell's law. That's refraction as opposed to terrestrial refraction.
Yep.
the entire globe falls apart. For example, I had an Air Force pilot reach out to me and has chosen to remain anonymous for pretty obvious reasons. Verified him for sure, Air Force pilot. And he told me that he saw the K2 mountain range from 300 nautical miles away. And
this might be interesting, but this is called anecdotal fallacy.
Yes.
Yeah.
he was flying at 28,000 feet altitude.
It's also
The elevation of those mountains
because the point we're trying to invoke is that you can see too far. So testimony of somebody else seeing too far without destroying what the ballers believe is this magical refraction, which has a link to science, not dealing with that point and destroying that word and taking it away from them. All you do is give another example of the bloke that can see the clock.
Yep.
Can just see too far. K2 or a clock tower, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
are at 28,000 feet, and he saw the mountains level with him. As he actually, did target acquirement, establishing the landmark with his manual viewing pod, he saw the mountains level with him from 300 miles away. It should be like up to 5 degrees below you on a globe, right? Because even though they're the same height, it's obviously on a globe, but it was level with him. And like at that height, you can't even invoke refraction, admittedly, because it's so high. It's like the much thinner partial.
So when he says 5 degrees below, even Witsit's failing to recognise that we are in 2024 pointing out where the globe requires a flat Earth. He is also whistling past the graveyard in his descriptions, flexing his muscles about heliocentric understandings. In this case, he's just described how many degrees below surface level the geometric edges claim to be in Earth code maths.
No, he's done it again with the horizon. 5 degrees below what? Horizontal, yeah, in terms of where they were. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you're saying.
Started with no, making it sound like I was wrong, which I most certainly am not.
No, you are. Sorry, Nathan. You're both wrong.
What? Oh,
because when he says
Brian's
5
here.
degrees, when Witsit says 5 degrees, he's talking about from the center of a globe. If you measure that distance, you're talking about 5 degrees of change from where the plane is. So there'll be curvature of 5. If you understand what I mean, it's 69 into 300. That's basically it.
I know.
And
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're saying no. What he actually means is 5 degrees of protractor rotation when the protractor's the globe and you're on the equatorial plane. That's what you're saying. He's suggesting. I doubt Witsit's intellect and heliocentric flexing is that high of a standard. So no, I don't take it. I just take what he said. When he gives a degree measurement for the horizon, fact, Earth curve maths dictates that he will have surface level and eye level derivation to give him that 5 degrees below when it's inferred to be geometric. He needs a flat Earth to claim it, And by saying it and giving it to them in a response format, it tells me that he doesn't understand that what he's just said requires a flat Earth to claim. Because if he did, he'd be leaning on that.
Right, Brian.
Yeah, but Nathan, when it comes to
Brian, I need a second. Apology incoming, Nathan. Okay, so this is interesting because this is about the seed change of how we deal with it. Is that a super chat?
Super chat, super potato, super fluid.
I think it was John's. Okay, so
was it John?
I put it in because I was going to correct you, as I said. So I said no, based on the mathematics you were going to describe, and you weren't back in 2022. Yeah, you were on the front foot. You weren't interested in arguing the nuance of the thing that doesn't exist, which is the position of the horizon. Its positional change if we were on a ball. You're arguing the fact of where you would describe that from a flat plane. So you can't have a positional change. So my apologies.
Yeah,
when you're dealing with an airplane, you're dealing with air travel. He says 300 nautical miles. You'd be talking about 300 and plus statute miles, and you're dealing with degrees of curvature out in front of you. Is what you'd be dealing with, if you understand what I mean. So when he's talking about that, when he says 5 degrees, that's not wrong. I would probably, if I was going to describe it, I'd be describing it similar. If you're talking about an airplane.
I already said this. No, if you were to describe it and transpose the parallel light rays for the angle measurement off a curved surface that won't give you an angle into hell so that you can describe the degree rotation of the sphere when describing the curve correctly in the paradigm from the center of hell, that would be what I took you to mean if you said what he just said in terms of the degree for the horizon. I doubt Witsit is that well versed to describe it as I would expect you to describe it, or me to describe it, or whoever, QE, Brian, Adam, whoever. You're Brian. Anyway, no, I don't think he is. It's just describing Earth curve mathematics for the degree of geometric horizon below surface level. That's all he's doing.
Well, I would say that Witsit is actually well versed, and he's well able to describe the right things in the right way. But he's also badly versed in a load of other nonsense, and he prefers to broadcast that as opposed to continuing on. Like when he went into Snell's law a few minutes ago, everyone was like, "Hey, here we go. He's going to do something that we can actually cheer on," and then he ruins it because he's too busy with an agenda, and the agenda is based around nonsense and what he wants to have happen, as opposed to just dealing with the issue it's just in front of him. And that's what's wrong.
Yep.
He's supposed to dig a hole. He's supposed to be
fine.
digging
I'll
a
give him the
hole,
benefit of the doubt.
and he's too
Fine,
busy planting grass. Go on.
We got it.
I was just going to say, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt if you say so. If you think he could accurately describe this from hell, and fine. I just think it's doubtful, given that if he did appreciate that and could describe it that way, he'd have a fundamental understanding of Earth being measured flat, and he'd go with that on the front foot of his own volition. The fact that he doesn't tells me that I don't necessarily agree, but I'm going to agree just so we can move on.
Yeah.
Does being measured flat, does that involve Aether? Because if it doesn't, then he won't be talking.
No.
Well, there you go.
Remember also, so we can move on. Hello? Remember also, so we can move on, Adam, is that he is reporting on an anecdotal fallacy. So the gentleman told him it was 5 degrees below. Follow? Can we move on?
No.
Oh, brother.
Yes, the whole starting point is...
Strictly speaking, that song at the beginning of the show is just a glorified anecdotal fallacy, really, isn't it?
No, it's not.
No.
Anecdotally, she says you help ladies across the road and feed the pets that you find stray, but we don't know if that's true, do we?
Know it from the content of my character, sir.
We believe. We've got the song to
reaffirm it. We're moving.
And all right. So to bring it back, there is a point before you play this guy that I think is, for us guys, more pertinent, and that was my faux pas, my interruption. Yeah. Respect to Nathan, no. That's the level of attack. I said mine was 3 years behind. from that comment, that's the bit I've took from this bit is, come on, stay on target. Remember what the tools we've got. I've been criticising Witsit, and I did the same there. I went back and didn't use the tools I had.
Yeah, he could have easily
Before Kiwi
said.
presses play. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Adam.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Well, it's about you, actually. Just wanted to have a little nod to Adam. What a guy, eh? What a guy.
He is a great guy, isn't he?
Smoke me a kipper, baby. Smoke me a kipper.
Couldn't he
What
have
a
also
guy.
said, with how high the pilot was? That's an elevation. How can you get an elevation off a globetard?
No, and that's the point. And that's the point. Don't say it like that. Define what an elevation is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And of course, it doesn't even go 5 degrees anyway. So, and that's what woke him up. The flat Earth was his experience in the Air Force, and I've never heard a rebuttal to that. Most people just claim the guy doesn't exist or he must be lying. Well, he certainly exists because I verified it. So if you see what I'm saying, he saw the mountains 300 miles away and they were level.
Let's see that EKG. I want to see an EKG.
But the reason why people
It's just
but the reason why
employed
people
deceptive
believe it don't
technique. So
exist.
he's made his assertion.
Hold on.
So-
Nathan first. Go ahead, Nathan.
He's made his assertion, right, which obviously has a claim within it. But as you point out, he's lent on the anecdotal fallacy. And then, after the fact, what is left in the opponent's lap at the end of his spiel is some people say he doesn't even exist. And you're like, what are you expecting the guy to do with that, Witsit? Are you expecting him to prove some random guy you anecdotally described having a scenario that you can detail as a claim and prove that he does exist? Because that'll prove your claim even if he did do it. Like, it's an unreasonable standard that he's put back at the opponent. Now, as much as we want to be critical of the Globetard, in this instance, it's like, Witsit, what are you doing? You've got higher standards than this in the debate. Leave with your point. What's he going to do? He's going to take the easy option and presumably address the fact that, well, I don't need to prove whether this guy exists or not. That's the easier option, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you give him a compound question.
Yep.
No, it's that guy. Sorry, Kiwi, you're going to say something.
No, it's the other gentleman that was.
Yeah, I was just going to say the reason why.
Sorry, yeah.
I was just going to say the reason why the globe, or your opponent is saying that this guy could be made up or you could be lying is because it's an anecdotal fallacy in the first place. But the other thing is that this guy have made a claim of refraction, and then you should have hold that guy to tags. I mean, especially when you know that this guy's reading off a teleprompter, he's not saying words correct. The first thing you should have did was cut the guy off and ask him, well, what refraction is you talking about?
Yep. Great. Brian?
Yeah, that guy is saying, the Harrison guy, he's going to say, whether he said it or not, I don't know, but he's going to say, if the topic comes up for him, airplanes fly around the globe, which is going to say, no, I know a pilot who I can't tell you about, who was in the Air Force, and he saw a mountain from such and such a distance away. This is like, no side ever wins. Both people are not, it ends up as a draw, which is a win for the globe. Because once Flat Earth doesn't outright win, then they lose. It's that simple. A draw is a loss for Flat Earth. All this can be avoided with just how the airplane flies, the lift effect.
Sure.
It's over at that point. And instead of going through that point, Witsit would rather deal with or tell him about some pilot he knows that said something, blah, blah, blah. I mean,
That's not where we're at, Brian.
To me,
There's no way. There's no way we should be bringing up the lift effect here. What's happened is he's not recognised, that the guy's invoked terrestrial refraction. He's not dealt with it, and then by not listening to the guy, he's gone up a few thousand feet and claimed he can see equivalent. Now he's tried to describe this without describing a flat plane, as we've criticised. But fundamentally, as I said earlier, he's still allowing his opponent to just invoke refraction.
Refraction, yes.
The thing is still not defined to make sure there's a distinguishment between refraction and this terrestrial thing that means we can see too far.
Okay, well, let's see if Dingus Harrison comes back on him with this. Let's see what happens.
Level with him.
Right,
At
but he saw it from an extremely elevated position, and the mountains themselves are elevated. I mean, we're not talking about a guy saying something 300 miles away from ground level. So you know that again,
Stop.
you know, there are certain.
Stop. So when are we going to notice that they've been doing this for 10 years? It's just invoked what we just discussed. Oh, the elevation of the mountains with respect to surface level, as he just literally stated, he's going to need a flat earth for that. Flat earth measurement. Heights of mountains.
Yep.
Yeah. So long as he starts his globe claim by using a few flat earth measurements, everyone's cushy. There's no frigging way that Witsit's going to spot this. He just literally said, height of mountain, surface level.
Yep.
Those were his words. He's just proved flat Earth's being measured. You need to grab this guy by the short hairs at this point, Witsit. No way he will.
You're right. You're correct. He just offered it up to him. Unbeknownst to Harrison Buttkirk here.
Circumstances, certain conditions of the atmosphere where you can get things like that. I mean, everybody knows. I mean, rainbows are an illusion, mirages are an illusion. Like, there are certain things.
He brings up rainbows. Unbelievable.
That the atmosphere does to light that is dazzling.
What atmosphere your paradox does to light? You don't know what refraction is at all. Zero.
You're baffling to the human eye, but that again, we would be able to see every mountain from 300 miles away if the Earth was flat. Seeing it, you know, in one.
Really?
See, that's the point,
Hashtag
Kiwi.
shit
What
shrinks.
else?
Hold on. Hashtag shit shrinks. What, we could see everything from 300 miles away? Really? You don't think things recede in size as they reach and breach the optical dissolution point described by Adam earlier? I'm pretty sure perspective is real. Things do get smaller as they go into the distance. It reminds me of a sketch with Father Ted in it, where he's got the rather stupid Dougal in front of him, and he's holding up a toy cow and looking out the window on the farm. And he says, Dougal, this cow is small. That cow is far away. You understand, Harrison? Hashtag shit shrinks. You could see anything at 300 miles if you completely ignore perspective and only assert that things disappear behind Earth curve. Yeah, you could, but it's nonsensical and debunked about 4 years ago. The Black Swan.
One circumstance doesn't prove anything. We had a pilot who called in yesterday talking about flying at night and seeing the glow of cities from about, I think he said about 100 miles away, and then slowly you see the glow of the city rise up. I mean, hell, even
the globe, the city rise up. What? Globe's rising up now.
Yeah, again, as you approach things, they get bigger. Shocking, innit?
No, you can easily see 100 miles in all directions, whether it's on a globe or flat plane at that height. That's complete nonsense. 100 miles is like, yeah, 100 miles.
Sure.
You know what I mean? That's the city 100 miles away from a plane is, if you're on a globe, would just be or flat plane. It's just like, it's a nothing.
It's a, yeah, I was just going to say, it's a train wreck nothing burger.
Yeah.
And when I was driving into Austin from the Renaissance Fair last weekend, the first thing I saw of Austin was the top of the skyscrapers. I mean, it's just everyday observations. You can see that the globe exists, that there's a curvature, and that things
That the globe exists because you've seen the top of skyscrapers.
Just hear his rebuttal. Let's just hear Witsit's rebuttal.
Fair enough.
disappear over the edge of it.
I think that's kind of the big part here is that there's just typically a misunderstanding of the flat Earth position or what it actually has adequate explanations for. Like seeing things disappear bottom up would be what happens on a plane Earth. You have the ground ramp up. But just to clarify what is wrong with the observation in the plane, it's not that they're so far away you shouldn't see them, because you're right. He's super high. In
Pause, please. You don't have the ground ramp up. That's completely wrong. That's not the diffraction limit, and that's not what happens. It was clearly shown by Life is Short what happens. When you're closer to the ground than you are to the sky, or closer to the floor than you are to the ceiling, then the ceiling will appear to come down way, way more than the ground that you're on will appear to ramp up. That is not what's going on. This guy is just claiming, I saw these buildings when I was driving this place. Okay, prove it. Show me. Show me the video. Show me where you were. Give me some details. You know what I mean? There's none of that going on. Right? Where were you exactly? What was the topography? Let's go through this. There's none of that. It's just like, I saw this thing, and then Witsit is going, but the ground ramps up. Like, what? Nothing. Why would you even address that?
Yep.
I'm sorry. There's nothing there to address. So prove your claim, or I have to say that it's a lie, or you can see that you can't prove it. Something. You know what I mean?
Yes. Correct.
He's engaged himself in his own false dichotomy burden of proof reversal fallacy. Let me explain. Now we've got false dichotomy because Witsit's employed one. What's Witsit doing? He's trying to explain with the garbage spew that he just came out with about stuff ramping up, whatever the bloody hell that means. It's now his position. Earth ramps up. Okay, right, whatever. That's flat earther Witsit and his position with regards to his claim for a flat Earth about the horizon. So is Earth ramping up going to be a flat Earth proof? Because I've got a stone cold flat Earth proof that absolutely requires the horizon to be what it is, horizontal. And it's used to save people's lives. But here we are with a cast away false dichotomy position taken about what he says the horizon will do as globe Earth descriptions of buildings rising up, because perspective's not a thing. Like, that's a shock. You get things rising up as you get closer to them. Yeah, how shocking. Now we're in a false dichotomy because Witsit doesn't recognise that he doesn't have a claim in this. He hasn't got a horse in this race. He doesn't have a claim about the horizon in this regard, in terms of how things appear or disappear at the horizon, claim to be Earth curve. This isn't your claim, Witsit. You don't need to explain perspective. Now, with all respect to Life is Short, who has taken us on this journey to the point where we can all describe it as well as we can. He's one of my patrons, actually. Shout out to you, Life is Short, you're ace. That is a long time ago when we were on the journey of discovery, as opposed to the recognition now we don't have a claim in this regard. Why are we entering into false dichotomy? No need. If he's brought up the horizon and you're not going to address his assertion, which is garbage and has no substance anyway, you could pretty much just hand wave it with justification. But then use the horizon to prove Earth's measured flat. Use it to establish horizontal planes of reference. Use it to draw out baselines to stars. Use it to save people's lives at sea and stress that in the example. Don't say Earth ramps up. Like, all right, well, when are we going to get to that false dichotomy being battled about? Because that'll be a nice neutral outcome.
I want to know when we're going to get the gas pressure without containment.
Don't
He
worry.
mentioned it, so I guess you were right.
When
Yeah,
I
right.
see,
So you're
when I
looking up
see
from
him,
higher on the globe, and you can see further the higher you are, whether the Earth is flat or whether it's a globe. The problem is that they were level with him. They should have been 5 degrees below his level. His plane
Uh-oh, level. Yeah, we got another one.
Yeah.
Kudos me. I called it and I was told I was wrong.
level. They should have been 5 degrees below that.
Well,
They
that's
were
not a lot.
level with him. That's a ton. when you're
Below the
talking about-
level. So I just want to gloat. Sorry. That's exactly what I said though, isn't it, Adam? Right? Even in his example, he's utilising their straw man for where the horizon on a globe would be with respect to the flat Earth being measured. Witsit doesn't even realise he's doing it for them. He's saying, use my flat Earth in your globe example so I can attack it. After you've used a flat Earth to claim it.
Whilst still using the horizon as some kind of reference point when he's not even took him to a black swan.
Stop mumbling.
Exactly, Adam. That's exactly what should be focused on now. This should be spun around on its head like a top.
Yep.
And turned in flat Earth's favour with the use of the
military-
horizon in practical application. That's what should happen right now. It's not going to.
How do you know?
He's
Can you tell the
he
future?
tried to do that. That was the point. He tried to do it earlier with his gaining altitude and mentioning a 5 degrees. But it's a moot point because he's not defined what the horizon is. He has to make the baller make the affirmative, which they'll dodge, that is the leading edge of a ball. You then can go where he's trying to go, but it's kind of like a young boy, isn't he? A bit too keen, a bit too quick. Try and get to the
too keen. Yeah. Oh, I just agree with Adam. Yes, too keen, too quick. So he's just saying, well, it's Snell's law, and that's the rebuttal over. He's just like, well, I've said Snell's law, that's enough. I can move on now. Quicker I can get through this, the quicker I can get to my agenda. Like Brian said earlier. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, no, for me, it's very evident what's going on here. Is that as soon as he brings up anything, let's say if he brings up the horizon not being the leading edge of a globe, that's basically the end of the argument. That's the end of the debate. He's not bringing up anything that actually ends the debate. It's always like just a question mark. Maybe there is something in that. It's one of those stupid things. You know, I might have a think about that. I might investigate what he said. No, when you bring up the horizon, right, certain things when you bring them up, gas pressure without a container, what the horizon is and what the horizon isn't, things like that, that ends the debate. Yep. He's not bringing up anything that ends the debate. He's bringing up stuff that people might go, you know what, toroidal fields, I always had an interest in magnetism. Do you know what I mean? That has nothing to do with ending the debate. None of this is ending the debate.
Right, and he's not laying the foundation that would end it as well. That's the reason why you ask for definitions for whatever someone is claiming, is to hold them to that standard. So if someone makes, like this guy is, we basically talking about refraction. If the guy made a claim of refraction, making statements saying like, oh, you see too far, and then saying things like, well, if Witsit does not hold him to those claims, basically saying like, well, define what refraction that you're talking about. That way I could hold you to that standard. And if you're not being held to that standard, he could come up with any explanation as he want and talk about whatever he want to talk about.
Correct.
And then that's when you get into red herring fallacies and get into off-topic fallacies and get into non-seculars, because you have not hold him to a standard of his own claim. You're not forcing him to support it.
Yes, sir. Couldn't have said it better myself. You're right on it.
Fighter jet establishing target acquirement or looking at the landmark. 5 degrees is a ton in the Air Force. And mind you, I mean, I'm not an Air Force pilot. I just listened to him, broke it all down, showed me everything. He said that there's not a pilot in the world. There's not an Air Force pilot in the world that would tell you that 5 degrees.
Hearsay. Now he's taking his anecdotal fallacy and then his hearsay off of that. This is weak, man.
Is some type of acceptable range of error, right? So yeah, and honestly, like I said, I talked to kind of the top guys that defend the globe. They all just say this can't be true, or it would absolutely refute the globe. Well, he did it.
Another anecdotal fallacy.
So
Again,
it was level with him.
Yeah, I mean, without proof, you can take his word for it. But again, I don't think that one anecdote disproves all of the things that we're talking about.
Sure. Oh, sure. No problem. At least he identified it was he didn't say anecdotal fallacy, but it was an anecdote. Yeah, sure. So now we're even. Even Steven.
And again, attenuation can go some way to explain some aspect of like things like.
I want to see attenuation explain anything. Come in here, attenuation. Your feet are going to be held to the fire.
Explain yourself.
This is attenuation.
I'm going to explain something without defining it. So yeah, I can say what I want then, right?
No, he's saying attenuation can explain it. The concept of attenuation can explain it. Not people. Get it?
Why the sky is blue, or why
Why is the sky blue? What the hell? We back to colors again? Somebody had something in the background. I heard somebody. Gut?
No, you just called attenuation. I said, I'm coming.
sunsets are multicolored, but it doesn't explain why.
Oh, we're back. There we go. We're back on it. Sunsets
don't get it.
Wait, are sunsets multicolored?
Oh boy! Is that
Am I missing something? Are sunsets actually multicolored?
It depends on what part of the sunset you're looking at, but yes, they are.
Okay.
Well, of course they are. You don't look at something that's one colour. Everything's multicoloured in life.
Not to me. I'm colourblind.
Oh,
Even
damn.
to you. Right, no. They're still multicoloured, just the colours you get to see of their multitude are limited. But everything is multicoloured. This is like, it's just an argument of not comprehending the English language.
Yeah. Toast comes out of a toaster. Therefore, there's the globe.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's about as relevant as this is.
That is nailing it.
Why the sun disappears completely at night. That's not explained by attenuation. Attenuation is just the diminution of light as it passes.
Did he say diminution? Did he say diminution again?
Doesn't matter. Right. What's the definition of night?
No sun.
I gotta get the definition.
All claims lead back to a physical geometric sphere edge based on a radial value taken from a flat Earth measurement.
Yes,
Why does the sun disappear in your globe model? Because it goes beyond a physical geometric sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as Earth rotates at 15 degrees an hour. Both assertions can be taken apart, one with the black swan, the other with Coriolis. It is easy to take apart the claim once you get the opponent to actually establish what he's claiming. So you say, as a question with burden of proof reversal, where does the sun go at night? Okay, well, behind your Earth curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If the Earth was a sphere at that radial value, then the measurement distance could be no more than that, and we can show that it isn't in the black swan. Why isn't he just immediately taking apart what they're actually claiming? It's because on the surface level, it sounds like he's asking a different question. Why does the sun go away at night? Oh, that's just another Earth curve claim.
Yep.
And
Yeah, it is.
That's where I'd take him to. Right. So that is the good fight, Nathan. I agree again. I was going to take him to the absurdum of what's the definition of night when the sun's no longer visible. You
Yeah, I
retard.
laughed at.
How dare
Well, I
you
laughed.
throw at
That's
me?
what I
Why
laughed.
does the sun disappear at night? Because that's the definition of night, you idiot, when the sun's no longer there. What are you on about? Make your claim. Now, Nathan's built his claim for him.
Yes.
Make him make his claim. Don't ask me to redefine the word why night's called night. It's because the sun's not there anymore. We all know what that means. What is the point when it becomes nighttime? You can't see the sun. Hello, Ron.
That's not what I do. While I might do it here to highlight the actual rhetoric, my approach would be to say, you will need a flat Earth to make the assertion that the sun disappears behind an Earth curve, because your Earth curve edge horizon is a derivation of a flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris to give you that value, to assert that you've got a sphere with surface level and eye level parallel and the derivation thereof, giving you a geometric position debunked by the black swan below the surface level, all of which requires flat Earth measurements and is debunked by the black swan.
I wouldn't say that. I would just say, I don't know, it goes some other place, I suppose.
That's deep, Brian. Thanks.
The point that Nathan laid out there are all what we've put in. This was your missed opportunity. This was your missed opportunity. And the conversation's now at the point that none of the things that we could have defined, horizon with the black swan, refraction, and all these things are now still in the air. They're still, it doesn't matter what anybody says to each other, because this is a non-Socratic argument now. To the point that we do know that when Witsit says refraction, he's invoking Snell's law. When this guy says refraction, he means why I can see too far. And both are plausible explanations until they're challenged, which they haven't been. And this, so therefore, this is a nonsense now, isn't it?
Yeah, but maybe Witsit will get him now.
One second, I have something I wanted to say.
You do what you want to do, QE. You be your own man, son.
Yeah, QE. Yeah, you do that. Anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah, I look at Anyway.
What a guy.
Yeah, what a guy.
I know.
What I was trying to say, and I should have said it a few minutes ago, was that I'm thinking, is it possible that for Witsit to be on this show, part of the rules, let's call them, is that he can't bring up the black swan or something like that?
What?
Is it possible that was part of the stipulations?
I don't think so.
That he would agree to that?
No.
Because you pointing out that you.
I don't know if
me
you
pointing
think
out the avenue of.
Why are you making excuses for him?
No,
Brian's a sympathiser. Terrorist sympathiser.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to point out something. If you think that the ether is real and you've enough stuff to beat the person with toroidal fields and stuff, then you're going to relinquish things like the black swan and the arguments to do with the horizon simply because you think that you can win everyone over with toroidal fields.
No.
Like, Witsit,
No, Brian, you raised a good point in terms of any kind of censorship that Infowars may invoke, but no, I don't think that's the case here. The reason the black swan, the ball destroyers are brought up, is because fundamentally they're not really relevant to the message that's desired to be preached, which is to tell you about true Earth and its toroidal fields. One image I managed to understand.
Hold on, just don't into classes. Hold on.
There's a reason that the black swan has not come up. Right? It's not part of that church's doctrine. In fact, fundamentally, it upsets them for whatever reason, if you want to go into conspiracy stuff. But there's an objection over there to this ball killer. Now, that's why it's not been brought up. But what has been brought up is true Earth issues. They're the points that have been argued with any vigor.
Thanks, Brian. Let's continue.
You're welcome.
passes through an atmosphere. That's not, it doesn't make things completely disappear in the way that we see the sun just obviously go behind the horizon. And I do want.
Oh, the horizon again. Another watermelon-sized hanging curveball, but he's going to just trail on with another red herring.
I'm going to look at a couple other pictures here. I know you're familiar with it, but I haven't heard your response to it. Things like the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. If the
oh, no.
Planet New Orleans Parish.
No, it's Planet Orleans Parish.
Oh, sorry.
You keep messing that up. It's Orleans.
Shut up.
We can bring this up where, I mean, unless I'm missing something, it very clearly. So this is a longest bridge in the world for a while. I think there may be a longer one.
The longest bridge in the world for a while. What the hell?
Do you see that photograph?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. Go ahead.
If everyone looks over to the other side there, the shore, at the left and the right of that bridge, you're going to see an inferior mirage all along that shore on both sides. And you will realize that it's the inferior mirage that's causing this issue with the bridge, right? And this the roller coaster, as Adam calls it. That's not inferior mirage. But the inferior mirage at the distance, over at the opposite side, that means inferior mirage requires a high level of air density, but also a physical, tangible surface. That means there is a tangible surface at that opposite, shoreline. And just so people know, the average roof height above the water level across that shoreline is about, with all the houses that are close to the edge of that causeway, of that waterway there, it's about 30 feet above that water. That's the roof height, and that's about the same going back about 2 miles. So what exactly the point is that how high, if that's the curve of a globe, which is not, how high how monstrous are those mountains in the background that aren't there? That don't exist?
Brother, we could take this so many directions. It's unbelievable.
Let me just ask one question about it. Is Planet Orleans Parish a tube?
Yeah. But see, look, I went off on the trail trying to being humorous. The truth is that the inferior mirage ends that because of what it is, because of what it requires. It means there has to be a physical, tangible surface straight across there in a straight line. That means it's flat.
Thanks. We didn't realize that this photo was, especially I-10. I've driven on this road plenty of times. What is going on? Come on, people. You look at this, right, and you start belly laughing, and then you kind of think about it and say, okay, if that's the curvature of the Earth, then we must live on Planet Orleans Parish. That ends it.
The point you hit on is that appeal the observer here. Yeah, look at the image. Ask yourself to drive it. Now, let's start at the front of the image. And we're driving up the road, and oh my God, the first thing I've got to go over is this weird humpback thing that's distorted in the middle. Then I continue along, and then I'm on the Pepsi Big Macs.
Roller coaster.
Roller coaster.
Right, and this is the point you should do to him. Dude, look at the image. Can you imagine driving that road? Or do you think that's the most perverted image there is? You don't need to do any more. Get him to admit that the evidence he's presented is bollocks.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we're back here. We're back here.
The thing about this, regardless of the exaggerated nature of it, if we were on a sphere, right, you wouldn't need to go out to where you can cut the bloody atmosphere, sphere-shaped air with a knife, because it's so thick. You could take these images everywhere. You wouldn't have to set up special circumstances at special locations to claim that that particular point on the surface of the globe is the right place to capture the Earth curve. Like, no. You've got maths that tell us where the horizon's going to be. That's your actual claim, not this ad hoc image from Soundly. You having me on?
Exactly.
Planet Orleans Parish isn't the claim. The claim is the geometric horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer sine feet as per their maths.
It's a wheel louder.
Super fluid, superintendent, super fly, super booger.
He said super booger.
Roger Ledwell, he sent everything is longer in islands.
In islands, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a belly
you were
laugher.
all-
From I can't even believe. Oh, were you done with that, Flatsy?
No, there's another. Hold on.
Go
You
ahead.
want to say super chat?
Yeah.
Superman, Super Booger.
Uncool Ben sent super booger.
Yeah. I can't even believe I've stopped this to talk about it. Let's move
Let's
on.
carry on. Let's get through the soundly crap and then next point.
All right.
Just outside of New Orleans, this bridge is level to the surface of the water, but you can see a very
He did it again, Nathan.
Level to the surface of the water in the ad hoc imagery curving around New Orleans Parish. Planet Orleans Parish.
very clear curve as it diminishes over the horizon. So this was taken, I think, from about 15 stories up with an extreme zoom lens. That's why everything is compacted. That's why those bridges or the humps look so dramatic. Really, they're pretty, your typical humps, but that's just an effect of the massive zoom.
Your typical humps. That's just the effect of the zoom.
Optical zoom lens. But I mean, clearly it goes
hold
over
on, hold on. What's going on? Is it confessional debating? So we can explain how this image looks the way it does by the way the zoom camera's working. I mean, I'm not necessarily sure that that's actually the case. Nevertheless,
you think?
Isn't that self-defeating?
Yes.
the horizon. And there's other, pictures like this. I mean, why would it look like this if the Earth was flat?
Why would it look like this? All right, there you go. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah. So, and just to throw out, I just really quickly dropped like 5 other pictures of Pontchartrain that we should pull up because this is not what you see when you look at the whole bridge. It's insanely flat. But we'll point out a few things about this. This is
That's the perfect response. Let's see if they put them up. So, because this isn't based in the mathematics, right? It's based on an ad hoc description based on what they see in the photo, right? So that's the standard. So Witsit's response is actually the right response. Kudos, Witsit. Here's the images of it not looking like that. Let's have a look at those. Let's see if they put them up. That's the actual response.
Well, let's see.
Contrary to what we all said.
This is an older argument from around 2015. It's kind of become a meme, actually. And most globers have abandoned it because if that's the curvature of the Earth has to be like a fraction of the size they claim it is. It would have to be a tiny, tiny, tiny globe Earth for that to be the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, true.
Wait,
he's
what
on
was that
it.
we just saw? Boom. Exactly.
Way
Witsit,
smaller than 4,000.
You're the man.
Yep, he's got it.
Right, I just want to give him props. Sorry, can you stop so I can give him props? Hello. It's probably the only kudos he'll get from me. Right, props. Not only did you do the right thing in rebuttal, because that was the standard and we didn't recognise it, we tried to take it to the actual standard when we critiqued you, Witsit. What you did is recognise the standard that he laid down and just went, bosh! There you go. That look like it's curving around New Orleans Parish? No, it doesn't. Yeah. And that was the standard that was required at this level when his standard was presented to you. So props to Witsit.
A fraction of the size.
The other way, if you've got those images, so that attacks the point I said that he didn't have the ability to produce anything other than an augmented point. I'd still take the other point and make the demonstration that what he, as a baller, has presented to reify his globe, what he actually, prior to having a conversation with me, thought was a ball proof, and embarrass him just by traveling.
No, he did do that. No, Witsit did do that. He said it's a bit of a meme at this point. He demeaned it in a very casual way. I thought he did really well on this point. This is the first one I give him genuine props for, and he did do that.
I think Pontchartrain is such a poignant thing. Again, it's about slowing down. Okay, and there's great points you can make. And if you and me know the points, then you can summarize and understand Witsit. But we're on Infowars. Take the people on the journey, destroy it, make the Planet Orleans jokes, demonstrate it to them what a farce this is, that how retarded you must be to look at that image, or how religious, fundamentally heliocentric boltard religious you must be to look at that at your first thing and reaffirm it as confirmation of a ball. It's a really good Dunning-Kruger point, or confirmation bias point that you can take people through if you breathe.
We good?
They claim it is. It would have to be a tiny globe Earth for that to be the curve of the Earth. Way smaller than 4,000 miles. It's a 100-mile radius globe, right? It's way too drastic a rate of curvature over that distance. In addition,
made a good point, right? He's on the planet Orleans.
He did, yeah. Top marks. Top marks.
Yep.
It's a foreshortening effect based on optics and the Atmos, which that placed
The foreshortening effect of the optics in the Atmos. Starting to lose it.
notoriously has pretty crazy atmospheric conditions and pollution and stuff. And we've replicated
Right,
a
so
flat
that-
surface.
Okay. That's what I just said. Now, all of us on this panel here can interpret that. Anybody else that's interested in this, but hasn't been involved in the flat Earth debate for a long time, makes no sense. Just give me 2 5s, right, and be a layman and see if you can interpret what was just said.
I can't. All I could see is
You
this.
don't see my points, mate.
I
You
can
get my
see
point.
all I could see is this right here. This is planet Lake Pontchartrain.
That's inferior mirage as well.
We don't want to get into inferior
Literally.
mirages.
Well,
Addition,
inferior mirage
it's a foreshortening
proves it's
effect.
flat. That's the whole point.
But
The whole
you-
point is
you-
it can't not be flat.
You don't want to do that.
Based on optics and the Atmos.
Yeah,
which
yeah,
that
I
place
do. I've
notoriously
done
has
No, you don't. We have to get through it today. We'll maybe touch on it
Oh, I
another
thought you
time.
meant in general. You're talking about right now. Oh, no. I was just saying that's inferior mirage as well.
I'm telling you, it's horse pucky.
100-mile radius,
What
though,
is?
right? It's
I'm not getting into it right now. We'll bring it up on the next show.
way too drastic
Yeah,
a rate
we
of
should
curvature
do.
over that distance. In addition,
We good?
No, I'm
Thank
just saying we should do.
Good. We'll bring it up next time. Make sure you have your definitions with you. All right.
Just one more time, because
Sure,
again,
yeah.
So, Adam, you ready? I gave you 2 5s.
it's a foreshortening effect based on optics and the Atmos, which that place notoriously has pretty crazy atmospheric conditions and pollution and stuff. And we've replicated a flat surface. You put enough.
There
Put
you
enough
go. It's an atmospheric foreshortening effect within the atmosphere. What does this? This is your moment. Yeah, not about trying to get as many words out. That made no sense to anybody, unless, and I'll stand to be corrected. If somebody went, "That was freaking profound," what you on about, Meekin? Fair play. But I just heard. What's the word?
Garbled drivel?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah,
There's a
it was
nothing burn.
unnecessary.
Yep.
Not helped us, has it?
He should have talked about the inferior mirage.
Ah,
He should still be on the first picture.
I'll
He should
freaking
still
punk
be
you
on
up,
the
man.
first picture right now. Right, yeah. The first, if what you do is what I just suggested and take his arse apart on the first image, make him drive that road and make him look stupid.
Yep.
You can't present the second picture, which I've now got to have less mitigation for, right? In terms of reality. So take the first one apart, show that his reference sources are corrupt, and then let him present this, and then laugh at him.
Yep.
Is all I'd do.
Yep.
After I'd made sure I took the first picture apart, not brushed past it.
We got it the first time. Thanks.
Yeah, but what's actually after happening is after Witsit took apart his Pontchartrain first photo by presenting another photograph, instead of being quiet and allowing this guy to have to deal with that second photograph or asking him, what do you think about this one? Right, right? He kept talking and came out with a lot of unnecessary stuff. And now your man got to avoid all that and put up this nonsense instead.
If you've took the first one apart and he puts this up and he goes, "What do you think of this?" I'd say it looks like a 3-year-old did it on a computer. And leave it with him.
This is planet Lake Pontchartrain, by the way. Just want to let you know.
of an atmospheric temperature fluctuation and stuff, it'll start to warp it, compress it, and make it look like it's curving. Also, based on your angle. In this picture, I'm pretty sure they actually compressed it. You can take a picture. It's so deceptive.
All right.
You can take a picture of a desk.
Hold on,
and it's flat.
hold on, Austin. We have a.
Oh, here he comes. The Oracle.
The big cheese.
The big cheese, the Oracle, the big kahuna.
The rabbits.
We have a guest appearance here. Alex Jones has made his appearance at the Flat Earth debate.
Listen, I'm only going to
Listen.
ask you a real quick question. Are the sun and other planets flat as well? Because I'm a big astronomer.
Pause.
Oh, you
That
ruined
is
it.
some not in question.
Is the sun a planet? The sun and the other planet? No.
What planets?
Yep.
What planets? Other planets is begging the question.
This is the reality. This is what I'm saying. It's about taking these guys apart, because look at this. We've gone this far in the show, and Alex Jones has got so arrogant. This guy doesn't know his arse from his elbow. He's wandered in and asked this question. What does that say about how much information that could challenge people's preconception that they live on a ball that's been presented now? I would say nothing, because he's so cocky. He's thought, I'm just going to have a go at this dick as well. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Well, just a second ago, they were talking about surface level curving. How in the heck do you curve surface level and then calculate curvature? I'd like to see him try to do that.
See this?
What he has to say.
Now, I was going to add something. You see this back here where he's smiling? Oh, it's nice. Here comes Alex. Meanwhile, if it were me in the background, you'd see me pulling out dual-purpose HE rounds, trying to shove them all into an M203 grenade launcher. I'd have friggin' bazookas. I'd be tripping over myself getting ready. Go. Wait a second, Alex. Wait a second. Fingers on the trigger. Go. Fucking clown. You know what? This pisses me off right here. I'm going to tell you that right now, shits it. You little punk-ass bitch, you. You're not representing Flat Earth, all right? Flat Earthers, what are you going to do about this shit? Huh? Is this all funsies for you? What he's doing, I'm going to tell you what he's doing right here with Flat Earth. He's adulterating with his Tootsie Roll dick. Right in front of you. Everyone's smiling and happy. It's okay. Really? Okay.
Listen, I'm only going to ask you a real quick question. Are the sun and other planets flat as well? Because I've...
Yeah, keep smiling, you fucking weasel.
A big astronomer since I was a kid with my dad when we had professional telescopes when I was a kid. Now anybody can get it.
You're a big astronomer. Well, astronomy's pseudoscience. Demonstrable. You and your dad.
Okay, right, chill out. So he's just asked him a question. He said, are the stars and planets flat? Is that what he just said, right? Yeah. There is a response. I mean, if you did want to take that bait, because it's a direct question from the big honcho.
1 second, response... that wasn't exactly what he said. What he said was, is the sun and the other planets, begging the question, also flat?
Okay, well, we don't have binocular vision to these things, do we?
No.
So you're only ever going to be describing them two-dimensionally, aren't you?
Yes.
So, in answer to his question, that was the answer to his question.
Yeah. Let's let him go.
They have the computerized control.
Let me slow this down. I'm going to pull a fiver. Get this whole train wreck. I'll pull a couple fives. There he comes.
This is on. Can I just pause for just 1 second? Just the audience might not be aware of it. It's a bit of a conspiracy theory, but there's this idea out there. There's a, I would say famous, but sort of counterpart, a guy that was in existence prior to Alex Jones. If you want to, I'm struggling to phrase this in the right way. I'll just cut to the chase. There is a conspiracy theory. Alex Jones is actually Morgan Freeman.
He does this sometimes. It's part of his charm. There we go.
Hold on, Austin. We have a guest appearance here. Alex Jones has made his appearance at the Flat Earth debate.
Listen, I'm only going to ask you a real quick question.
Got your breath mint in?
Are the sun and other planets flat as well?
Are the sun and other planets flat as well, Nathan? That's what you got, just like Brian said.
Okay, so number one, if he's going to ask that question, don't sound dumb in your own bloody rhetoric. The sun is claimed to be a star, and other planets claim to be flat. They're two-dimensional, and you only got a single monocular view to them. So, what do you want? Do you not understand how you look at the stars? You're just a telescope. Doesn't understand his own rhetoric.
Because I've been a big astronomer since I was a kid with my dad when we had...
He's a big astronomer.
professional telescopes when I was a kid. Now anybody can get them that have the computerized controls. I've sat there.
Oh, that's different. Now it's got computerized controls on it. That's real sciencey. That makes all the difference in the world, Alex. Clown.
Overnight drinking a 12-pack of beer.
You were drinking a 12-pack of beer overnight with your dad when you were a kid?
With Stone Cold with him?
In college with a 35mm camera hooked to a 12-inch refractor telescope.
12-inch refractive telescope. That sounds sciencey. Is this your Q-36 explosive space modulator, Alex?
And taken photos of Saturn and Jupiter and watched it as it's turning. Watched the globes turning.
He's watched the globes turning.
I put green lenses on.
Say again?
I was going to say, is he sure? I mean, I don't know, with the Budweisers and all.
Yeah.
The telescope could watch the sun and over, an hour see it turn and see,
Look at, what's he got, Tourette's? What the hell was going on with Parkinson's? What the hell was that? Do you see that?
It's irrelevant. But it's all irrelevant. It does not matter what they are. It has nothing to do with the nature of the ground you're standing on. Why are you pointing up like
Because
that?
he's retarded?
But why is someone pointing up?
Because he's retarded and they are too. Well, this is just like I said, the feedable Tootsie Roll dick thing going on here. See? He's not going to say anything to Alex. He hasn't said anything to Harrison the whole time. He damn sure ain't going to say anything to Alex with his horse shit.
He's mesmerized.
And over, an hour see it turn and see,
Oh my God, dude.
see coronal mass ejections moving.
He's seeing coronal. I guess I'm doing that again, Nathan. Sorry.
In the time lapse. Boom, it's round. Done.
Boom, it's round. Good
Oh,
conclusion.
wow, what an argument.
Second grade retard. Way to go, Alex. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Debate over, Austin. I'm sorry to tell you, you have now lost the debate, and the Earth is round. What's your response to what Alex just brought up there?
Oh, then the Earth is round now. What's your response there? Go ahead, feebly adulterate it again.
You should say comic relief.
Yeah, the sun could be round, and it doesn't mean that the Earth is, right? So it's and also, by the way, the Earth can be round.
All right, so y'all didn't see what happened there, though, right? They were talking about the ground. No, they were talking about the ground. They were finally pointing out the small planet, and who came to intervene to bring it back to the sky. We spoke about an hour and a half or more about the sky. Finally get to actual, he pointed out the roundness of their flat Earth, or globe Earth. And Witsit was practically kind of destroyed that topic. And here came the distraction to point him back up to the sky.
I mean, maybe this is why I'll never be on Infowars, but I just said, the sky's not the ground. But while I've got you here, are you Morgan Freeman?
Shut up.
Round and flat. Of course, it could be a plane shape, it could be a plane circle, but yeah, I mean, I agree that they look like they could be spheres. They certainly look like discs in the sky.
They could be spheres. They could be orangutans.
So what? Who cares?
He took the bait.
What's that?
This is where
it was a bait that they throw it back in that he brought in. I mean, they already spoke about the topic 20 times in the beginning. He baited it in, and he bit the.
He bit the bot.
Alex, that's smart.
Mumbling through my book, Finn.
Book's correct. That's what he said. That's exactly what I was going to say. But this is the point I'd really call him again. Well, no, you tried to introduce this point earlier when we commented earlier. He was desperate and he threw in the rebuttal for a flat earther about the pool table. I just put it back to him. Are you still trying to make this point earlier? And that's what this guy's. He's desperate. He's only got a few points that he's got rebuttals on. So he's bringing it back again with his dad.
Yeah, with his dad.
Well, this is bugging me. I just want to point out again. You can call it a semi-lost opportunity, if you will. My attitude would be to look to any claim he makes to deal with in as few words as possible, and then utilise whatever it is that's been brought up to prove a flat Earth with. For example, sky's not the ground. But the sun itself, Alex, is used in practical application with angles measured off a flat plane for navigation and for all of the maps. I mean, you laugh, but that is what I would be doing. In all sincerity, that would be my approach.
Yeah. First, I would have
it's
used the
called
poll
debating.
table. First, I would have used the poll table example that they all agreed on was horseshit. Then I would have got right back to elevation angles. Yep, I would have done that. Quick.
Have cycles, but they all move around the Earth. The Earth's in the center, right? It is illogical
Here we go again. We're back to the Earth in the center.
to look at the ceiling and be like, well, that's what the Earth is.
Right, but
that's
again, you can plot the paths of the planet from the Earth and you can predict them and everything, but it makes so much more sense when you take the sun as the center.
Stop. We can plot them, can we? And how would we go about doing that? Oh, would it be done for quite some time in the ephemeris? Now described as the celestial sphere with respect to the angles when we plot them. Yeah, we're plotting them with respect to a parallel plane. That's what we're actually doing when we describe how these things in the sky move. That's how we plot them on a flat Earth. I mean, as I say, I doubt Witsit will point that out every given opportunity that we're hearing. We're just hearing trigger words to say you're going to need a flat Earth for that. But there we go.
Everything's in a perfect little circle. Everything's concentric. It makes a hell of a lot more sense than trying to plot things from a geocentric, which, I mean, how do you
Making... what?
Just
now you're going to go to another point.
His question was malformed. He asked Witsit why, when it's all moving in a circle, would it be contradictory to describe it geocentric? Well, it's like, well, you have just asked him about it in circles. That is geocentric. What's he babbling about? He's just malformed the question.
Yep.
explain the way that the planets move in and then away from us and then towards us and away from us? I mean, you can say Taurus field, but frankly, that's just not a good enough explanation.
The magnetic force, right? So there's a book by a PhD professor that is called Relational Mechanics.
Stop. What the bloody hell's going on? Further away from us, distance, with respect to a flat plane that we're not claiming, or closer to us, says him in his heliocentric. Is it Kepler that gave us the elliptical orbits? It is Kepler, isn't it? It's Keplerian description. Sorry, second guessing myself. Yeah. No. Nearer or further, number one will be describing the distance. That would be with respect to sea level if you're going to give it an actual number. That needs a flat Earth. Number two, we don't claim distance to these luminaries because we don't need to. They do, and their distance requires a flat plane measurement of an R value for Kepler's third law and Huygens' assumption of the R value measured off a flat Earth transposed onto Venus, with elliptical orbits, giving you the distance and 1 AU to the Sun. It all needs a flat plane. Will it be yet another missed opportunity?
Yep.
Oh, he's going to give him it, isn't he?
Yep.
Of course he is. He's going to give him the flat Earth measurement that's required for the distances, near or far, that we can't claim. But Witsit's doing what on my behalf? We have to fight that bloody straw man all day when we tell people how Earth's measured flat. They ask us for the heights. Is Witsit saying that whether it's nearer or farther away will be explained within his bloody toroid? How dare he say he represents me?
Yep.
He breaks all this down. The specific force, Lorentz magnetic force, shows the dynamic equivalence of the.
There's the dynamic equivalence. Dude, that was going to make it.
Planetary motion from a stationary position. Relational mechanics, Andreas Cisse. And there are many other papers like that exist. So the ironic part is it actually works better. This is what I like. It works way better. You don't need dark matter. You don't need dark energy. You don't need expansion. You don't need all these made up pseudoscience fairy tales. Gravity's been disproven. Everyone knows relativity doesn't even work. We don't have something
Wow.
better.
What are you talking about at work? We're talking about what is. It's a what is subject. Why are you talking about how it works, dumbass? Sorry. That's stupid.
Gravity
The
exists.
theory of relativity.
What?
I was going to say pragmatic fallacy.
Oh, nice. Flatsy's just waiting back there like a sniper. Correct.
The theory of relativity has been disproven, just like Newtonian gravity was disproven before that.
Right. So these are refinements of theories to explain.
There was no theory. The universal law of gravitation is not a theory. It never was a theory. Isaac Newton never proposed a scientific theory in his life. You're a moron.
Natural phenomenon, but gravity exists, right? And it's different than electrostatic attraction. It's different than magnetic.
Oh, electrostat. How does he? Has he been listening?
He know about? Yeah, how he know about that? Where he? Witsit didn't even say it yet.
Nope. Looks like Harrison been creeping Witsit throughout electrostatics.
magnetic attraction. It's something else, right?
No, I wouldn't say well, okay, it's the effect of things falling to the Earth, right? And it's little g, gravity. Of course it exists.
Oh, no. Want to hear that again?
Checkmate, bro. Glober's got you now. You're done.
Falling to the Earth, right? And it's little g, gravity. Of course it exists.
Oh God. Witsit, what have you done?
We use it for engineering. We use it to determine weight.
Engineering. Well, I remember this claim a long time ago. And I'd say, show! That's how I would end it. Show! Show how engineers use little g. Of course, I could kill it long before that, but I'd have to go along with their claim. Show. Yeah. Surprised Brian must be climbing that potato tree again. He said little g with weight.
Of course it 100% exists. But
Of course it 100% exists. There you go.
But why? What is it? Is there a force pulling everything down to the Earth? Well, that's what the globe needs. The evidence for gravity is the way that it's been defined.
Sorry, I couldn't get to it. No, I'd be asking him to define what he means by G. Define that first. Because
Yeah, but how did he know Witsit was going to even say anything about electrostatics and talk about the downward vector anyway? Did he see you and Witsit debate or something?
Yes, he must have.
Brian?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
He handpicked it.
Yeah, because he led Witsit into that.
Well, as I said, as soon as he says G, I say, define what you mean. Define what you mean by G.
And then
if he start coming up with any, sorry?
And then define weight.
Well, I mean, if he's going to come up with 9.8 meters per second, then I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to ask him about that. Who measured that? And then he's going to come up with a load of nonsense. And then I'm going to correct him on all his nonsense. You know, and I won't say much more in case I end up him asking me that question. But he's in a lot of trouble if he brings up that.
And is that, well, the Earth can't be a globe without it. But no, actually, density causes things to go up and down, and electrostatics.
Wait. Why does density cause
density and electrostatics? Here we go. Yep.
Things to go up and down?
Because of buoyancy. So the relative density of the objects with the medium, the pressure mediation causes it to go up or down like a ping pong ball floats in water, golf ball.
Because of gravity. Because buoyancy is an
Buoyancy is an effect of. You're gonna say gravity, you dumbass.
effect of gravity. Because
he is.
Yeah, we heard him.
Yeah, totally wrong.
Can you show that? Can you prove that? Can you pull up Archimedes' principle for us?
And the Principia Mathematica.
Yeah, well, when was Archimedes' principle? Right, that was some time ago. What was it? 200 BC, somewhere around there.
Is you claiming that
years before? Sorry, go on.
Is he claiming that buoyancy is the effect of gravity?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yes. Well, well, I mean, for a start, Archimedes must have addressed gravity, right? 1900 years before anyone ever postulated it, and Kepler must have addressed Archimedes in his Principia Mathematica. Because if none of that stuff happened,
that wasn't Kepler's.
It's worse than that. Worse than that. Means gas go down, go boom boom, go splash splash.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, not Kepler. Newton. Sorry,
Newton.
Not Kepler,
It's not
Newton.
Principia either. It's Principia.
No,
Principia.
it's Principia.
You know, somebody called You know, somebody called it Principia the other day. I nearly fell off the chair. I mean, an actual quote unquote scientist. That's what he called it. Like chips, Principia.
Principia.
Yep. I sent it. I sent it to Adam. He didn't comment.
I've clearly missed it.
I even pronounced it like they do in a dictionary for you. I put the dashes and yeah.
Without gravity, there'd be no reason for it to go up or down. It would.
Wait. We got to. Okay, so the principle of density.
Up. Sorry. You'll need a flat Earth to describe up or down.
Yep.
right? Long predates the idea of gravity, but eventually we did throw little g in there. But like I'm saying, little g isn't a problem for flat Earth at all. It's just the downward acceleration. Little g is not the cause; it's the effect. Everyone knows the effect exists.
Downward acceleration, huh? Gas is going down. Shit's it. Right?
Things go down when they have weight. Gravity, gravitas,
Yep, Nathan
means
called it.
heavy. How heavy something is. Weight. We don't dispute that. We dispute the claimed cause of gravity. That the bending and warping of concepts called space and time somehow create illusions where everything shrinks and slows down and makes things fall to the Earth in a straight path that's curving at the same time. That's just
Yeah, I have to say something here. He said, we don't dispute gravitas, heavy, weight, gravity. Then he just moved on. Gravitas, the Latin word, and gravity, the Latin bastardization of that word, have two completely different meanings. One is a description of heavy or weight, and the other is a claimed force in what they were referring to, a claimed force that causes weight. That's two completely different things.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was debunked over 109 years ago. The G, little g, all this horse shit. Just so you know.
It's just all pseudoscience. I actually I want to plug the level documentary. I did a test there where we did actual science, and I used a Van de Graaff generator.
Oh no! Let me go back. All right, here comes. Here it comes.
I did a test there where we did actual science, and I used a Van de Graaff generator, which manipulates electrostatics, and I made the objects change.
What? He doesn't know what electrostatics are.
How can something that you observe from a man-made instrument be actual science?
You're gonna have to ask. You're gonna have to ask him.
Yeah, he didn't
This is
listen to
like-
Brian when Brian told him.
It's the same thing as the Foucault pendulum and the Cavendish. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
They're. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're absolutely correct. And the gentleman said he didn't listen to Brian when Brian corrected him on this nonsense. How many times? I mean, personally.
I mean, you was there, QE, the whole debate.
That time, so that's 3 times. So that's 1 time. Then Brian did it a 2nd time, and then a 3rd time here most recently. Are we mistaken, Brian?
No, I've talked to Witsit 3 times about this. Yeah, 3 times. I don't think we'll ever debate again. There'll be no reason for it. Like,
Yeah, because you
3
don't
times.
listen to it.
Yeah. Well, basically, like, it was very simple. You know, he just can't. His claims concerning this situation continually change because the things he's using to prove his claims keep getting debunked. It's that simple. Because I don't know why you would keep holding on to it.
I can't believe Adam didn't pipe up when he said that he's manipulating electrostatics with a Van de Graaff generator. Is Adam dead?
Not dead. I was just trying to finish this video. I'm sorry. And the contradictions, the contrafibularities that this gentleman presents. Yeah. I'm just trying to finish the vid. Keep talking.
You can't respond to this because it's garbled gibberish. This is nonsensical. Horseshit. Witsit.
Yeah. That's an eloquent way of putting it.
Yeah, it is.
Great.
Change weight, fall at a different rate, go up and down just by manipulating the electric field. And that's what we have on the Earth. We have an electric field that has a 100 volt per meter increase.
Uh-oh. Brian! All right. He doesn't want to say anything. He's climbing a potato tree. All right.
And when I flipped it with my Van de Graaff generator, it made the...
He flipped that. He flipped it with his
sorry. Sorry, I was downstairs. I had to run up the stairs. So, yeah, I was climbing. Yeah, where is the evidence for this? I've only seen claims. Heard claims. I've yet to see any actual evidence for the claim that the Earth is a constant negative and the sky is a constant positive. And that there is this measured increase in, what's the claim? It's an increase in charge from the
Why
surface.
are you chasing this? Hold on.
No,
Cover this,
QB
right?
called me in on it.
I called him in on it
Blame
because
QE.
we.
Well, why are you being negative?
Fine.
Why are you trying to undermine me?
He's trying to emasculate.
Oh, here we go. No. What I
Yeah,
mean by
emasculate
when
me.
I say that, well, let me just justify it. Take 2 seconds. Right. When I say that, it's because you're chasing down an assertion that leaves gas going down, go boom boom, and explaining why his claims within his stupid nonsensical
That's not what I'm
paradigm
doing
with
at all.
everything going down doesn't work. But there we go.
Got this off Feynman. He's parroting off Feynman. So number one, well, we'll end this. Number one, we need you to demonstrate your claim here about the voltage going up every 100 meters. And then, what's the significance? Remember that? Here we go.
The object float. So I proved that that's a cause of things falling down and why they fall down. And that every object that exists is electrostatic. So
I mean, there's just so many things wrong with that.
Clouds, helium balloons, anything in the sky.
Gas, oxygen, nitrogen, those types of things. Yes.
Obviously, it's not buoyancy. Buoyancy only exists because of gravity. If you had a
Really? That would be shocking to Archimedes.
if you had a tank of water out in space where there's no.
If you had a tank of water out in space, what? He's a glue sniffer.
Yeah, he don't have a seat at this table at all.
No, he doesn't have a seat.
Well,
Right, incoming hijacking of a flat plane description.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
I'm just saying buoyancy is medium dependent with resistance in the medium. So why would he even say that?
Who
It's also described with respect to a plane.
Correct.
Let's see with the sniper
gravitational
rifle.
force, then you could put
Yeah, she got a sniper rifle. She's out there real soft-spoken. Isn't that a pragmatic fallacy?
a beach ball in the center of the water, it would stay in the center of water. There would be no up for it to float to. So, buoyancy is an effect of the gravitational pull of.
He thinks. We'll just bypass it.
Buoyancy is how we describe density differential. That's what buoyancy is. It's how we describe density differential.
Yep.
Between objects or substances and the medium they reside in.
Yes.
Weight is only an apparent effect of buoyancy. The downward of buoyancy is what we call weight. Weight is only apparent. An anvil is very heavy if it falls on your feet in air. If you stand in a big bucket of mercury and put drop an anvil, it won't touch your feet at all.
Gravity is obviously not electrostatic. You can counteract gravity with forces. Obviously, I can counteract gravity by picking this up. That doesn't mean gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, we're back in 2015, man.
Hold on. Just to Brian, are we more dense than liquid mercury then?
No, but because it's a liquid, you could force your way down into it.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'd like to see somebody try that.
Or you could strap yourself down into a bucket and then into a big thing and pour a lot of
But if
mercury in
you're
there.
in
And you're strapped in.
Mercury, you got other problems.
You gotta strap.
Pretty sure you can strap an anvil down too, though.
You gotta strap yourself in the mercury. We want to see that, Brian.
Well, I'll strap Nathan in, and you can see Nathan doing it. Considering he's
Watch
the
me turn purple.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Either
but-
way, is it going to hit your feet? No.
Yeah, but he's colorblind.
With electrostatic or electromagnetism, you can't block gravity with a lead wall, right? Nothing blocks gravity. So, I mean, it's just obviously not electrostatic or magnetic or any other force that we can manipulate because we can't manipulate gravity. Except, they probably can with the Bell experiment.
If you can't manipulate gravity, what?
Did you say nothing blocks gravity? Is it like kryptonite?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the people that's typing on that teleprompter is absolute idiots.
Yeah, he's looking dead at it.
Another, secret
If I was a
technology that they have.
superhero, what sort of shield would I need to block a non-force?
Mercury.
Force.
That we all know they have. We'll be back on the other side. One more long chunk of this debate, and we'll get into the PSYOP aspect.
Oh, brother.
We started this. One of my favorite songs, actually. I love this song. Austin Witsit is my guest at Witsit Gets It on X. WitsitGetsIt.com is his website you can go to. We've covered a lot of topics here. There's really only one more that I hear brought up quite a bit that I'd like to get into, and then I want to get into the aspects of the conspiracy that would be necessary to contain this lie. If
Oh, brother.
the round Earth is in fact a lie.
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive, you crayon muncher.
Appeal to motivation fallacy.
Yep.
But let's talk about sort of one of the other claims of
Sort of one of the other claims or one of the other claims?
the Earth's atmosphere existing next to a vacuum.
Oh, sweet. I thought you were going into the conspiracy. All right. Now we're in it. Everyone got shout out to Neil.
I mean, he can make any claim he wants. Witsit is not going to hold him to support it.
I don't. Okay, that's been the pattern, but don't give up the ghost just yet. We all have hope. If you're a glue sniffer.
Again, this seems, on first blush, it's like, oh, yeah, wait, why does that happen? How is that the case? We've got an atmosphere here. We've got a vacuum in space. What is it that stops?
We got a paradox here.
Hey, whoa. Witsit's already screwed because he has already begged the question alongside him of gas go down and go boom boom. I already called it. So Witsit is screwed.
Oh, yeah. Yes, he is. Good call. Let's see what happens.
Stops the atmosphere from going into the vacuum of space. But it's, I mean, we get that pressure goes down as we travel up in altitude, right? We get that the atmosphere gets thinner as it goes up. I mean, I don't think you...
Right into the train wreck red herring fallacy of appealing to delta X when the question is, how do you have gas pressure X without a container? So he just fell right into it. Clown.
You dispute that. So, I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. I know, you say that to have air pressure, you have to have a container.
Not he says. No. That's what it's defined as. It's the necessary antecedent to gas pressure.
But are there containers that are pressurized?
Say again?
It's a knowledge claim.
No containment.
Yep, it's a knowledge claim, correct.
Where there's a gradient, because there's a gradient in our atmosphere that pretty well explains how the atmosphere sticks to Earth. It's
How does it do that?
Yep, that explains how the atmosphere, the paradox, sticks to Earth because of a gradient. Non sequitur is in the corner blushing.
Gravity doesn't require
And a
container,
little
requires a
too
force.
technical for me now.
Is it too technical for you?
I think so.
All right, he's on the white paper. Look, he's right off the teleprompter. Sam? Yep.
In this case, that force is
pretty
gravity.
much explained.
So, sorry, Adam was mumbling through that. Let me pull 2 fivers. Full J for Adam.
Pretty well explains how the atmosphere sticks to Earth. It's gravity. It doesn't require a container. It requires a force. And in this case, that force is gravity.
Gravity hasn't been a force for 109 years.
Yeah, and even if it were, how is it supposed to do that?
We can't hear you.
I said, and even if it was a force, how it's supposed to do that?
Hey, you taking my stuff.
Yeah, sure. So you can have a gradient, of course, but you need gas pressure to have a gradient. So it's delta X, change in X. So you need.
Ooh, he's on my delta X. You hear that? Nice. See, y'all. He's on the delta X. Y'all you just didn't have, your expectations were lowered. I understand it from previous experience, but he's on it. Let him go.
X, you need gas pressure, and what we're saying.
What?
He's gonna mess it up. Watch.
Don't even do it. I'm going to pull 2 fivers. Let's hear the whole thing.
You can have a gradient, of course, but you need gas pressure to have a gradient. So it's delta X, change in X. So you need X. You need the gas pressure. And what we're saying is the antecedent, the requirement for gas pressure is containment. You can absolutely replicate a pressure gradient in a container. You cannot replicate one without a container. And we see that the dispersal of gas is omnidirectional. It goes directly up. In the face of this alleged force that's not a force that's pulling everything down. Supposedly gravity is holding air, gas, next to a vacuum, but gas disperses in all directions instantly.
Any problems with that?
All right, let's go.
None at all. Other than him contradicting his previous statement, no.
Yes, correct.
So yes, we do have a pressure gradient on the Earth, but the requirement for that is an actual contained system that the gas can then begin to attempt to equalize within and give you a gradient. Just like if you have liquid propane or any type of gas, not liquid, but any type of gas in a container, there's going to be a gradient. There's going to be more gas at the bottom because confined within that. But it's not. But it's in a container. So as soon as I remove the container, right, it's going to disperse. Obviously, that's why sodas make the little sound, right? Because the pressure is equalizing to the pressure around it. So that's our point is that you can say gravity, but where gravity is supposedly the strongest at the surface of the Earth, gas goes in all directions, including directly up, and it goes directly.
He's all over this, man. Kudos.
into a vacuum, gravity's not holding it down there. But supposedly where gravity is weaker, next to a 10 to the negative 17 Tor vacuum, somehow it just sits there and it doesn't go and fill the available space, which is antithetical to,
Well, it's just a countervailing force.
It's what? Hold on. It's just, what's the countervailing force?
The available space, which is antithetical to, gas law.
First of all, great job. This is his best section yet. Any argument there?
No, it was very good job.
Yep.
Yeah, that was good.
Just a countervailing force. I mean, if you have a molecule of air that floats up to the top of the atmosphere and then floats out of the atmosphere, and now it's not surrounded by anything, it's all, for all intents and purposes, in a vacuum, it's still being affected by the gravity of Earth, and it'll drift back to Earth. I mean,
Talk about not knowing even knowing your own paradigm. Talk about not having a clue.
But to summarize, what he's saying is gas go up, gas come back down, go boom boom.
Yep.
So that's a first law of thermodynamics violation, isn't it?
Yes.
First, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
It's second law.
Wouldn't it have to reach absolute zero? Hold on, wouldn't it have to reach absolute zero in order to stop and then come back down again?
No, to stop moving, yes, but I don't know about coming back down. And to come back down, down to what?
Why are we
This is
even
the
discussing
bullshit
this? It doesn't come back down. Gas doesn't.
Hold on,
Sorry,
hold
would-
on,
would you
Nathan.
ent-
Adams decided to wake up.
When there's a pertinent point, I'm always there. As Nathan's alluded, yes, it would have to get to absolute zero because what they're invoking is the overall energy, which is the rate of speed of the molecule, would keep going. So they're saying this imaginary force of gravity is depleting the kinetic energy of the molecule to the point that it reaches zero. Then gravity pulls on it. And it's this conflation of what the kinetic energy of a molecule is and how gravity, this theoretical concept, could affect it, that is the undoing of it. Because the ultimate point being, if you're going to take the kinetic energy of the molecule to zero, as Nathan points out, that's just a place that doesn't exist.
That's a non-responsive answer.
No, but you're dealing in nonsense, and the point you should deal with is, okay, Ron, sorry, you just said that gravity can take. Can you demonstrate in any way, shape, or form the opposition to natural law you have and gas behavior as to how gravity affects gas behavior?
Non-responsive, Nathan. He didn't answer. The
non-responsive?
question wasn't whether it had to reach absolute zero to stop. The question was, is it a first law of thermodynamics violation?
I just explained why it was a first law.
I didn't hear that part. Why?
The energy is depleted. It goes to absolute zero. Who cares, right? Let's not chase this down because we now work in the paradigm that explain how gravity makes gas go down, go boom, boom. Gas does not go down, go boom, boom, as he's just asserted. Gas expands until it collides with the walls of a container.
Correct.
What is the force that's pulling it away from the other air molecules in a vacuum? I mean,
what?
Again, this really doesn't seem all that complicated to me. I mean, the gravity pulls the air down.
Burden-proof reversal.
Yep.
It's a burden-proof reversal fallacy.
Yes.
Right.
Let's pull a fiver. Look at this idiot.
Seem all that complicated to me. I mean, the gravity pulls the air down. The air, close to
The gravity pulls the air down.
Oh yeah, show that.
That's amazing when all the air is produced at or near the surface. How did you get? Can I ask you a question? How does it rain?
That's the concept he's invoking. Gravity pulls the air down. Well, no, let's examine gas behavior. I'll go back to the point me and Nathan's just made. That's the ridiculum of what he's just saying when he invokes gas go down, go boom, boom.
Yep. You see Harrison. Oh, what? Supertramp, superposition, Superman.
Louder. He didn't want to say it. He wanted me to say it.
Mama didn't say it louder. Say it louder.
Say it louder.
Roger Ledwell said, QE, send Ron here an open invitation. I dare you.
Send Ron here. Now, Adam's Jedi mind tricked everyone to thinking this guy's Ron Burgundy. So, Harrison, like I said, all the gas on Earth is produced at or near the surface. In relation to my question, how would it ever rain to you, Harrison? You see, we got this thing called the water cycle. You know, the sun comes out and it shines its light down on water and it breaks the hydrogen bonds in the water and it turns that water, liquid water, into water vapor or gas. Which direction does it go then, Harrison?
Up.
Up! Up! Clown. Idiot.
The surface of the planet is thicker because that's where gravity's pulling everything, but air is light enough to float because of buoyancy or density.
Air is light enough to float. Really? Light enough?
No, what you're saying?
Good.
You're saying the gas goes up, right? Buoyancy, because the gas go down, go boom boom.
Exactly.
That's why the gas is going up.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he just made a claim stating that buoyancy is the effect of gravity of pulling things down. So he's contradicting himself.
Yep.
I have a question.
It doesn't.
Go ahead.
So to say that the gas could go up so far, even go into the fantasy vacuum of space, wouldn't he need to be able to demonstrate that by using the zeroth law of thermodynamics?
Oh, shit. How so?
To measure that temperature that's supposed to be able to move.
The temperature that's supposed to be able to move? You're slowly getting over your head there, Flatsy.
Or maybe a little, but I was just saying.
You tried to get that by, right?
I did.
Kudos to you. We don't have any adiabatic barriers there, Flatsy, so we can't appeal yet to the zeroth law. Shut up, Adam.
Okay, gotcha.
Float because of buoyancy or density. It doesn't all fall straight down to the Earth. This is just an effect of gravity. Again, you don't need a container to explain this. You just need a force that is working on the.
What force is that? You don't need a container. I don't think so. That's what it's defined as. Gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. The container causes gas pressure. Chem Libre text, Elmhurst University, till the cows come home. Even an idiot second grade retard short bus rider knows that you must have a container for gas pressure, period. Go.
Yeah, but Witsit didn't school him on gravity and not.
Well, wait a sec. Well, give him a chance.
The molecules to keep them attached to Earth, right? I mean, again, I don't get how this is.
Molecules of gas attached to Earth. I'd like to see that. Moron.
A container is not necessary.
That's absolutely false. You're an idiot.
See, this is where you should be allowed to basically interrupt them, because this is what interruptions is actually for, right? When people make contradictions and arguments is not holding to their own standards, this is what interruptions is for, so they could deal with the contradiction.
Yeah. Could you see my gas pressure citations, whacking him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here, and then me going through each one and then watching his face? It'd be over.
Like I said,
I've got to support Witsit here. Right. Yeah, I agree. And was it Reg that just spoke? Yeah. I agree. If we're in Discord or somewhere, and this is the purpose of mods, what he's just outlined. Not here. You're on TV. You don't actually want to behave like Alex Jones, do you?
No.
If you know what I mean. So I can't critique him for it. He's waiting for his opportunity politely to speak, which is what you got to do on Optical.
Okay.
Louis, please type.
Oh yeah, I'll give him that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting ready to do it. Here we go. -5.
This is a container is not necessary.
Like I said, though, like we're claiming a force is pulling the gas down to Earth, but gas goes in all directions, including directly up and violently. It's the second law of thermodynamics.
Ooh. The second law of thermodynamics, what? Violation. That's what you forgot. Let's go back.
He should have said that, yeah.
Like I said, though, like we're claiming a force is pulling the gas down to Earth, but gas goes in all directions, including directly up and violently. It's the second law of thermodynamics. To quote Arthur Eddington, any idea or theory you
Second law of thermodynamics. What?
have that's
No, he's
contrary to the
right.
second law is just
What he says
Yeah.
is gas would disperse violently.
I
It's
got
the
you.
second law of thermodynamics. So he's describing the entropic dispersion, violent in his words, as the second law. He's not describing the sky vacuum as a second law violation. He's saying what gas would do is violently disperse. It's the second law of thermodynamics. He's absolutely right.
Yep.
It's completely, inexcusable and dead on its face. But you're saying that the gravity is basically pulling the air back down in the face of a vacuum.
Pulling the air back down. From where?
But where does the gravity of Earth stop affecting gas then, right? Because the gravity of
No. Where was gas produced in the first place? How did it get up to then come back down? Get it?
No. It doesn't come down. Witsit screwed. He's got to beg the question alongside him. So he's asking a question within the context of gas go down, go boom, boom. Because he's got a downward bias too, hasn't he?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. This is what's messing him up.
of the Earth doesn't extend the entire universe, and so the air is still going to fill the available space, and it fills the available space on the surface where gravity would be the strongest. So very simply, it's very easy to replicate what we have on the Earth. With a container, you can create a gradient, certainly with all the gas that's being introduced to the surface level and the gas.
Yeah, he had to defend his electrostatics downward bias.
Sorry about that. Was you go first?
No, I was just saying he had to still, because like Nathan said, he also illustrated the downward bias with electrostatic. He put the E in there instead of the G, so he still have to entertain this notion. He's doing it with a question instead of just basically calling it out, saying it's a second law of thermodynamics violation if you're saying that gas come down, go boom, boom. But he had to entertain and ask questions because he also have electrostatic downward bias to basically describe. So that's what's messing him up.
Perfect. I don't need to say anymore.
Gas cycle and the temperature and the density differences, but you cannot replicate it without a container. So that's the argument. And gravity, again, has actually been disproven. And we've proven our understanding of gravity, which is that it's electric.
So how can you disprove gravity and then proven your concept of gravity? That doesn't make any damn sense.
I'm going to disprove gravity by making a statement that gas does go down, go boom, boom.
Hold on a second. I'm going to pull 2 fivers. Listen to what he says.
Replicate it without a container. So that's the argument. And gravity, again, has actually been disproven.
So gravity has been disproven.
And we've proven our understanding of gravity, which is that it's.
But we've proven our understanding of gravity. It's you just contradicted yourself.
That's what I'm saying.
Right,
I've disproven the downward bias by demonstrating a downward bias.
That's not what he said, though.
Or not managing to demonstrate a downward bias. This is exactly what he's saying. No?
Yes, it is.
Listen, we're not again. We're not in flat Earth. We're in a guy talking about gravity to an Etherean, and the conversation right now isn't to disprove that there is a downward bias. It's to, at best, try and argue that gravity is not the description of the downward bias. That he accepts that is the proof of a ball to a baller. And it's got nothing to do with flat Earth. The only reason you make that argument is because you're an Etherean.
Actually been disproven, and we've proven our understanding of gravity, which is that it's electric. We've actually proven it with experiments. So,
but
that was
It's actually proven gravity is electric with experiments.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I got called out early because I was finishing the video, which you need to check in Skype QA.
You were working on that video while we were in here?
Because I'm a polymath.
So you can affect gravity with electricity?
What's gravity?
what people call gravity, which is the effect of things falling down, right? Yeah, I can take electrostatics and I can make things go up. And
he can take electrostatics.
Oh no, Brian, he's gonna levitate a frog. Not your phone.
Bring out your phone, Brian.
Not a frog, but not your phone.
No, that's too big.
Brian, he's making fries.
Actually, when you brought up the bell, that's what they did. They actually used what they call ether physics. I have a really good book on it.
Ether physics. The Bell?
That's a new.
Yeah, that's a good one. New one.
What?
The Bell.
He's got a
What?
really good book on it.
Yes, he does.
Now, Neil,
And
what are the odds of the book being a hardback? Being a really, really good book.
I
or
knew
just
he was
being-
going to say that.
Has to be a hardcover. That's all he reads.
they
Well,
use
he dated
electrogravitic.
Neil. I like that. That's good logic. Yeah, agreed. It's got to be a hardback book. He's got a hardback book on ether physics. And let's not just go ether physics. Anyone heard of that book? Can we Google search it right now? I'm calling bullshit, if I'm being honest with you. Ether physics.
I have a really good book on it. It's called The Bell. And
It's called The Bell. Let me
The
get
Bell.
let me get the whole thing, Adam. 1 second.
I take electrostatics and I can make things go up. And actually, when you brought up the Bell, that's what they did. They actually used what they call ether physics. I have a really good book on it. It's called The Bell. And
It's called his ether physics books is called The Bell. I thought I heard that correctly.
I'm going with The Bell.
Bell's a reference to like a early 20th.
they use electrogravitic propulsion. So of course, the Nazis.
Who used electrogravitic propulsion? Who did that? Nazis?
Oh, Nazis! It's Hitler! We're off to the moon with the Nazis or Antarctica because they used those propulsion systems to defeat. What's his name? Who's the guy that got his ass kicked when he went to past the ice wall or towards the ice wall?
I don't know.
His name. You're an American dude. I forgot.
The
You just cited him earlier.
The abominable snowman? You talking about Bird?
Yeah, Bird, Admiral Bird. This is where we're at now. Gravidic nonsense and Nazi bells. Nazi bells, mate.
Yeah.
Seriously.
It's not gravitic.
We're on flat Earth.
It's electric. It's electric gravitic.
I've got
Back
this
in like the early 20s
right,
and 30s.
right. I've got this book called The Bell. It's written by this guy. He's really famous. Uncle Adolf. No, Uncle Jaime. Uncle Jaime wrote it.
Uncle Adolf.
They had these UFOs. They were using the electric nature of the environment to make things quote unquote levitate and defy material physics. They weren't using an anti-gravity device that bit space and time. It was electrogravitic propulsion.
It's electrogravitic propulsion. It's got to be in that book. Get on it, Adam.
They actually they called
Come on,
Einstein's
no,
theory mysticism.
stop. Right. Anybody now go to Google, type in Bell electrogravitic propulsion and see what comes up. I'm just guessing right now you get this UFO shaped thing with a swastika on the side. Just guess it. Put those words in, type images and see what comes up. What are we on about? Are we not? Where's the flat Earth?
We left that. We left that a long time ago, Adam.
It's very frustrating.
And they applied what they called ether physics. And that's been hidden and suppressed. They went in and grabbed all of Tesla's work, and now they say that Einstein is correct. And of course, we have no.
Einstein is a fellow ether believer. You're in bed with him, and you don't even know it. Idiot.
Technology. All the technology the military is using for these devices, I guarantee you, is electric. Because, like I said, in science, you have.
Oh my God! No, no,
They're electric.
no. Well done, Flatsy. I'm done. Yeah.
Say it again, Flatsy.
He said that everything that they're using in the military is electric. I was just laughing. That was hilarious.
I thought you said something specific.
You have a naturally occurring observable phenomena, dependent variable. You try to figure out how.
What, Adam? What are you stumbling over?
Reason Flatsy, me, interjected at that point is how laughable it is. Remember the mission statement to represent us. At what point, as a flat earther, do you go, the reason the Earth's flat is because the military have like electrical devices that, and this is the proof, these electrical devices need electricity. Earth's flat, idiots.
Mom, say it. You say it loud.
Say what?
Say it.
Super chat.
Super chat, superstition, supercomputer, super salad. You say it, booger.
You say it. He said he don't want to.
All right.
Sasha said, "There's a lot of people speaking we. Who are we?"
Yeah. I noted that too, but I didn't want to bring it up. There's just so much. But kudos, thanks, man.
What causes it? So things fall down. What
I don't know. I was in the military. I was using chem lights. Where's the plug in those?
causes it?
We
What
get
stays
to
electric?
we get to hear from Morgan Freeman again.
No. I don't think so. I think that's one cameo and that's it.
Electrostatics. Let's test it. We're going to manipulate that. I did that, and I can make the object go up and float. I can make it fall down faster. And on the Earth, we have an electric field, and everything that exists is electrostatic. Everything's electric. Right? So it would be insane to think that it doesn't have something to do with everything being electric, because that's 10 to the 36th power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be.
What's gravity?
Again, I just think you're ignoramus. That was the 32nd Psalm of Ethereanism that was just recited there. I have a bit of respect.
I do.
On the smallest scale. So it's,
Right,
it's one of the biggest.
Right, but that doesn't disprove gravity. Again, electric currents have, or electric, they have properties that.
It doesn't disprove gravity. What's gravity?
What do you see there?
Well, you have to have some modicum of proof for something for others to then come and disprove it. So is Neil off mute?
Now you see faces, right? Sorry. Am I not on mute? What? Mike,
No, you're not. No, you're not. But it's a good point. Earlier on, I said this is like.
Excuse me, Adam. Sorry, I was waiting for Neil's colour commentary about why he wasn't on mute. It's very important.
Yeah, we need some background.
Neil, what? I'm gonna guess he's put it in his pocket and he's accidentally unmuted it again.
No, I was looking up the Ether Bell book.
You having me on? I was being sarcastic.
We did it earlier
Yeah,
today. Remember, Neil?
Gravity doesn't have,
Yeah,
so it just can't be the same thing, and you can't block it. You can't really affect it. I mean, there may be hidden technology like the Bell that are able to manipulate gravity, but they're not doing it in a way that is easily replicable, I don't think. And yeah, again,
Pause. Wait, whose Bell? Let's come on. This is Infowars. Whose Bell are we talking about? What type of bell? What's it called? Things with N, doesn't it?
Isn't there a song like "Ring My Bell"? Something like that. I don't know.
Ring my Nazi bell.
I was thinking.
Nazi bell.
I was thinking, "For whom the bell tolls."
Oh, you were. All right.
I was thinking of gravity.
I was thinking of the Gay Frogs remix. Remember that? That was awesome.
But I don't think you can actually manipulate. I think that might be an illusion of what's happening there. But all of
that might be an illusion of what's happening there. Illusion of what? Clown.
And I tell you what he is. He's a Nazi bell denier. He's denying the fact that during the Second World War, the Nazis had anti-gravitic technology.
What the hell
Nazi
is
bell
this?
denier.
What the
It's
hell
not
is
a levitating frog.
All of this to the side, all of the perception versus reality, or what we can see and what explains it, the conspiracy.
What we can see and what can explain it. What the hell is going on here?
Necessary to keep this lie going. If round Earth was a lie, it is so.
All right, just a quick guess. Based on the fact that they've put shit up, are they just trolling Witsit there? They just put some old footage of some idiots with some tinfoil levitating something with a particle accelerator, not gravitational orientational reversal field.
You said gravitational? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because he's already agreed that there's a downward bias, that he's not prepared to say gravity doesn't exist. So we can use the word gravity for Witsit's invocation of a downward bias. He's saying that that's an electrical orientation based on the toroidal magnetic field, which discerns that based on the Earth being electron absorbing.
It was a rhetorical question.
No, I'm not. No, we're in the church now.
Impossible.
What's that? What is it?
He's
Carry
saying it
on,
in such
you
a high
absolute.
frequency. Sorry. Booger is saying it at such a high frequency that human ears can't hear it. Only dogs.
Super nachos, super feed, super flatty.
Sasha sent gravity is a pseudo phenomena with 3959 citations.
Thanks.
Vast. I mean, it just makes no sense. There's no payoff for it other than maybe moderately affecting people's willingness to believe, which again, it's like, the idea that we're in a firmament or that we're the center of the earth. I mean, nothing in God's creation, proves God. That's sort of like one of the aspects.
What?
Holy shit, Batman.
Nothing in God's
Nothing
creation
in
proves
God's
God.
creation proves it.
What is he talking about now?
Who knows?
I want a 5. I need
That's
a
not
5 right now.
You need
and
a 5?
Carry on.
I'll give you a
But
5.
that's not what.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, that's not what Paul says. He says that creation proves
Exactly.
God.
Nothing in God's creation, proves God. That's sort of.
Holy shit. Holy shit, Batman. Listen to that, Ron. This is why he's Ron Burgundy.
Nothing in the Ford factory proves Fords.
There's nothing in the ears until the teleprompter says that we're going to need to deal with that, Ron. Let's just see.
Sort of like one of the aspects of it, right? There are lots of things that could prove God that would be miraculous that you could go, oh my, there's nothing other than God that explains this. Yeah, the Earth being at the center of the universe would be one of those.
How about matter?
Oh. We're backtracking straight away.
I don't. We're so far off the reservation, Matt. I don't know where the heck they're going.
I just want to outright imagine the production room, right? After Ron's just said that, nothing in God's creation proves God, right? The production room's melting down. Teleprompter's going, I want to see a separate screen of them dealing with the shit that comes out of this guy's mouth as they assist him. Yeah, this is like Geocentric on acid.
Right, you've got a very twisted idea about what the production team is, perhaps, or what they'll be paying attention to.
No. They already think they've got Witsit on the ropes, which is why Big Daddy Pig came in. Yeah, shouting about his nonsense. Ugh! He's gone, come on, Ron. We got this guy. Yeah, and this guy's just speaking like, what did he? My point of objection of what just came out of his mouth. We laugh at Witsit all we want and object to how he's not supporting us exactly. Listen to the opposition.
We are listening. Did you say Daddy Cakes came out?
I said Daddy Pig.
Oh, I thought you said Daddy Cakes.
It's talking about what Alex Jones talked about, right?
Me and my daddy, we went and watched the stars through our 8-inch telescope.
Just and like, because that's evidence. Or in, you know what I mean? Because Alex Jones came out and said, I've looked at it. I've interpreted this flat Earth elevation angle to mean it's a ball. Yeah, that was validation. Why did he come out? Because I tell you what, if he'd have still been holding his ass, Ron Burgundy's ass, Witsit, if he'd still been holding his ass to what the horizon is, which is where he should still have been at, there's no running out in some victory charge from Alex Jones. Yeah? He's only come out because the debate's already lost. Because Alex Jones has gone, this guy's not even put in his own position. Nothing to rebut. I can come out and make a shitload of statement, and he's still not going to deal with it. Because at best, this guy's here for a neutral outcome. Yeah, and the neutral outcome being people to learn a little bit about the Church of the True Earth, yeah, which involves Aether, and the things that he has actually bothered to have some passion on, toroidal field. Run over
those things, but it's not, because it's not, right? It's not the center of the earth, so it doesn't prove that. But nothing in creation proves that. So this idea that, I guess it's almost like contradictory. We're like, yeah, if we were in a giant, celestial hamster cage with the firmament over us, it would prove that God exists, but also in a weird way, that's not what God does. So it would prove that something other than God exists. It would, that doesn't make any sense to me.
What on earth?
Wow. He's saying if flat Earth was true, based on hamster wheel in the firmament, and that would prove that God does not exist. That's what he's just said.
Okay.
And then you've got like just
Got-
tens of thousands
we've got it. No, because this is their theology. We've got to have a couple of fives because this is his gambit, isn't it? So, I can't huff and puff. Nathan has got some understanding. I don't have it. That's why I'm requesting to rewind. This is his gambit. This is his theology.
Shut up. I'm going to rewind it.
Celestial hamster
Yeah,
cage
good.
with the firmament over us, it would prove that God exists, but also in a weird way, that's not what God does. So it would prove something other than God exists. It would, like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And then you've got, like, just tens of thousands of people.
Stop. I need another J because that was just nonsense. Right? We've got the fact that something would prove God that we've got would prove that he doesn't. What is he on about?
Celestial hamster cage with the firmament over us.
He's saying, because we was just about to play, but he's saying because we don't have that scenario with us on a hamster wheel with a firmament around us, that would be the standard to prove God. But because we obviously don't have that, as per his position, something other than God. That's what he's stating.
We're like, yeah, if we were in a giant, celestial hamster cage with the firmament over us, it would prove that God exists, but also in a weird way, that's not what God does. So it would prove something other than God exists. It would,
What?
How does he know what God does?
He needs to be.
Yeah. It's just tripe. It makes no bloody sense. It's just total tripe.
It's a man struggling.
I guess the globe proof is going to come anytime now.
I'm surprised that this doesn't send QE reeling.
No, it doesn't, because I'm like, we're almost towards the end of about had it.
Super chat.
Super chat, super stupid, super tramp, super chat.
Super potato.
Super potato. Super stupid.
Booger's just saying it so low. He's saying it so high pitched. Sorry. Flat Coon. He sent Nathan. I need to pay some gay away for calling your behavior towards Witsit scummy. You were correct, and I was gay. However, at least I'm not Neil, super duper gay. You're mumbling, Adam. You're mumbling, Adam.
Yeah, good. That's a good super chat. Thanks, man. That was a good one.
Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And then you've got, like, just tens of thousands of people working on space programs. Let me give you an example. I have a friend, about 10 years ago, he's working for a company that built the titanium aluminum rings that connected satellites to the vessel that took them into space. So you've got a small company with about 4 or 5 Ivy League doctorate engineers.
We're into his anecdotal standards now, aren't we?
Yes.
Right. What's going on now? This is why you interrupt when people go into La La Land. You see Earth Awakenings. This is why we interrupt.
This is he had 4 or 5 Ivy League scientists, I think he said, before you guys interrupted me, but I fived it.
Rings that connected satellites to the vessel that took them into space. So you've got a small company with about 4 or 5, Ivy League doctorate engineers that are working on building these rings to attach the satellite to the rocket. And that's just one company of like thousands that exist out there. Are they in on it? Are they being fooled? Do you have another company that's...
No, they're just being paid. That's the racket. No, they don't have to be in on shit. They're just even if they're private, they're getting paid. Who cares? Right?
It's called a job.
If Witsit wants to chase this down, he can chase it down with one word. Not that it's necessary, but compartmentalization is all he'd need to say.
No, this is a nothing burger.
Yeah.
It's a nothing burger. They wouldn't have to be in on shit. It's the same old. This is 2015 nonsense. It's appeal to nonsense because he's a globetard. He doesn't have any globetard evidence. This is nothingness.
That's coming up with the false information to feed to them to make them think that when they go to watch the satellite launch, are they just...
What do you think? These people go and watch the satellite launch?
I think the point I would respond to what he just said there is if I was able to show to you, Ron, that the tea lady received extra remuneration, would that mean it's flat? Because that's your defense as to why it's a ball. And that nobody's bent, everything's straightforward, and there's all these people employed in these jobs. That's not an argument. as to the nature.
Yeah, that's a
of
good
the
bloody
surface.
point. That's a new one, although it's 2015 rebuttal. That's really good, Adam. So, Ron, I'll just paraphrase what Adam's just said, right, just for the audience's benefit, so it doesn't get lost in this discussion, because I really like that. If I show that the tea lady or this Ivy League guy is paid off and prove it beyond a doubt, it was definitely paid off to bullshit about what he was doing in space, does that prove it's flat? So that's the contrapositive to your assertion that because they don't declare it, it's obviously all true and they go into space. Yeah, just put the standard back at them. Well, I prove that they're liars and paid off. That means it's flat, does it? Obviously, you're going to object. Therefore, your own standard fails.
Yeah.
Well done, Adam. That was good.
Yeah, it was good.
Just watching the thing they built fly into the sea, and then somebody else is launching a balloon that just looks like a satellite. I mean, explain.
What the hell's this?
Explain some of this to me, because
What the hell you got going on here, Ron? You got me calling him Ron now. Nice
That's
cartoon.
actually Earth. That's Earth when it was a teenager. That is.
conspiracy necessary to carry this out is so vast, it's just nonsensical.
The vast conspiracy, that's what we're on.
Yeah, so it would be, like I said, to use the adoption analogy, it'd be like, is everyone in the church and your school and your community in on the lie? Like, no, they believe the lie. Satellites aren't a problem for flat Earth. And I know that many flat Earthers will say that, you know, they don't necessarily believe in them and that they think there's a lot of balloons. And there is a classified, very, very advanced balloon project that is going on, and it is conducting a massive surveillance on the public. This.
Ooh.
Why isn't he leaning on his own argument? He's already brought up the sky vacuum being fake by way of second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, and gas not filling it. So he just needs to appeal to the area. If you're going to claim, Ron, that there's satellites in sky vacuums, I've already dealt with it. There is no sky vacuum to put these things in.
Yep. Game, set, match. It would have been over.
This is just a fact. But yeah, like immense fleets of military surveillance balloons, and NASA's the number one purchaser of helium in the world, and this is true. But satellites are not a problem for flat Earth. That's just a belief that it is, but it's not. Actually, the satellite equations use geocentric physics and equations. They use
What? Geocentric physics in equations?
And that's fair point.
Physics and equations.
No,
we've had to pause.
Go ahead, Adam.
We've had to pause. At what point do you? And this is what I say. You'll listen to Witsit say stuff, and we can actually understand it. No, and place it as an actual rebuttal. The layman's not hearing this kid. Yeah, It's important to show how intelligent you are sometimes instead of speaking plainly, and that's a failure we all have. No. And he's demonstrating that here. These are opportunities, and we're missing them with this hock waffle, frankly.
Yep.
use real inertial forces.
Oh, goodness. Here we go with the inertial forces.
That's just a belief that it is, but it's not. Actually, the satellite equations use geocentric physics and equations. They use real inertial forces.
Right. That's my whole point. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's not Dunning-Kruger. It's the young buck's desire to show that he's a worthy warrior. He has all the tools. You don't need to get the tools out until they're needed. He keeps laying them out, and as he's laying them out, forgetting to hit his opponent because he's just busy laying out tools, but not using any of them.
Yep.
These are all pertinent points he's mentioning, but he's not using them against his opponent. He's just showing how intelligent he is. And I can appreciate that, Witsit, but you're missing the opportunity, son. This is the folly of youth, respectfully.
As if the Earth is stationary in what's called an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed frame, or an ECI, Earth-centered inertial frame. And not to get all into the technical aspects, satellites are not exclusive at all to a globe Earth
Oh, brother.
or a moving Earth. In fact, it's exclusive to a stationary Earth based on the physics and equations they use. And then for it to be on a plane Earth, it would just be an ellipse.
Pause! Where the frickin' hell are these things that are orbiting a ball supposedly supposed to be?
Yeah. Sky vacuum. Sky vacuum.
Yep.
Question precisely.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
hold on. It would be an ellipse.
Him
what
saying,
does that
hold
mean?
on.
So satellites.
Yeah, I know. It caught me off guard.
Satellites exist. They're floating above us, above the atmosphere, but they're just continually circling a plane.
Yeah, they
Yeah. Yep.
Boy.
Yep. He
So,
said yes.
which is, hold on. So, by answering yes, Witsit's just declared himself a space believer.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a sky grifter. I told you, it's in the title.
Fair enough.
That's
certainly
why
could
his
be,
name
right?
is
Like-
Sky Drifter.
Thanks, Neil.
I've
Thanks,
seen
Neil.
Starlink myself. I've watched launches myself. You know, I know that there's what people call Starlinks in the sky. It's not a problem at all because it's just a coordinate system transformed from a globe to a plane. And the actual physics and equation treat the Earth as if it's stationary.
What? Brilliant.
What a bleeding outrage.
Whoa, from a globe, from a globe
Transferred
to
from
the
a
plane?
globe to a plane? No. He's got it the wrong way round.
Not only I didn't spot he got it the wrong way round. My outrage there was, oh, if only you'd taken the time, son, to explain why that's a pertinent point. That is a pertinent point, this transcription of these flat Earth elevation angles to any grid system. What did they use it? What spherical datum? Yeah, that you want to apply it to. That's the point that should have already been agreed before you can make that statement. Otherwise, he's just, like I say, he's just blowing smoke up his own arse. He knows what he's on about, but he's not bothered because of his arrogance to explain any of it to anyone, including the person he's freaking debating. So he can't hold the person to anything because he's not. Like I say, this is not a conversation. This is two people trying to show what they've been told to say. Sorry.
Lost QE.
I think QE thought that Adam was going to talk longer.
Yeah, he should have picked
I was
Brian.
gonna. That's it. I was, but it's superfluous. You get, this is not, again, the point. This is not somebody.
Adam, don't
speaking
try and
for-
waffle when you've already made your point. You
No, I'm going to
just
make
showing
another
yourself
one.
up.
No, I'm not scared of that. Yeah.
Adam, don't you listen to Nathan.
Yeah, you
Where's
do
Brian?
you, Adam.
Yeah, you do your
Help me,
thing.
Brian.
Don't mind me. He just wants to undermine you.
If you'd shut up for a second, Adam, you'd hear Brian.
All right,
Go
you
ahead, Brian.
banana.
Sorry, you're saying
shoveler.
something about me
That's why I'm
undermining
in
him.
this
Go ahead.
position, 'cause you too busy shoveling bananas.
Banana shoveler.
Potatoes.
Or potatoes, Adam. You're done. Here we go.
That should be significant because it's
Nah,
not
nah. We're going.
Nothing. No, nothing. You bunch of retards. The banana shoveler was it you? I could have said orange shoveler. I reversed the racism you applied to Brian to you as to why you weren't at the mic at that point. You banana shoveler.
I wasn't shoveling bananas. I was putting my dinner order in, by the way.
Shoveling
Nice.
bananas.
I get
Shoveling
bananas
bananas.
for it.
No, it was hamburgers. So, hamburger shoveler.
Yeah, no, my apologies. I'm a big enough man to recognise I used the wrong analogy.
I like the fact that he's putting his dinner order in. I'm going to try that.
Well, you can do that when you have songs written about you, Neil.
because it's from the Earth. No, it's using physics in the equations in specific.
I knew Brian would like that. All right, let me pull a fiver.
You've got to do 5 because I need 5 to just get that. Yeah.
All right.
As if it's stationary. No, that should be significant because it's not just it's a coordinate system. You can treat it like that because it's from the Earth. No, it's using physics in the equations and specifically inertial forces.
It's using physics in the equations and his inertial forces again. This is a nonsense.
He's mentioned a coordinate system that could prove a flat Earth, and immediately started leaning on the segue towards his ether belief. So the passing mention of a coordinate system that requires measurements and proves a flat Earth is just a fleeting mention when we're onto inertial planes and ether belief.
Yep.
Which do not exist in the relativistic.
QA. How do you use physics in an equation?
You don't. That's why I said it. You don't. They're antithetical to each other. It's nonsense. It's a nonsense waffle.
Yeah, we caught that earlier when we said equations, physics.
Yep. And his inertial forces. My God.
globe model, which means if the
What globe model? I got my second win now. What globe model?
satellites are up there and they are working, if they're
Satellites are up there and they're working.
proof of anything, to quote PhD astronomer
They're not proof of anything, though.
Gerardus Bow.
Oh my
It's
God.
proof that
Bananas are a superfruit, aren't they? You have got your second win. Off you go.
the Earth is stationary and the universe is geocentric. But those people that made the pieces aren't.
See, that's a completely fallacious extrapolation. I mean,
What's a fallacious extrapolation? All
Hold
that
on a second.
nonsense waffle.
Sorry to interrupt. Who was it earlier that was saying that justification for interruption? So that guy just interrupted Witsit because he felt
Right.
justified. So it's obviously not the standard format that there's just no allowance for interruptions, because that is what just occurred. Ergo, it would be justified on the other side of the coin for Witsit to have done the same with justification like he felt he had when he interrupted Witsit just then.
Yeah.
So ECI, right? Earth-centered inertial coordinates versus.
He's looking over at. He doesn't know what the hell he means. Look at him.
Are you there, Brian? Stop. Hold on. You there, Brian? I was hoping that Brian could talk about Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, which is what he's actually talking about.
He's slipping
Maybe
on all the
Brian's not.
potato skins in the kitchen. There, he's back.
Yeah, I was just putting in an order for bananas. Yeah, Earth centered, Earth fixed. I was going to talk about that earlier. Yeah, what that actually is all it actually is points on the universal transverse Mercator, right? But it's kind of it starts off as what they call local vertical and local horizontal, right? Which is, there's no such thing as local, right? It's nonsense, just globe speak. And those points are converted to the universal transverse Mercator, which is obviously a grid map. And then the transform equations that Austin was talking about earlier, they are the ones that transform it from the universal transverse Mercator back to a globe. And the ECEF system is basically all based around that, where it's calculated that there's all angles from an equatorial plane of a globe meeting points on the surface of the globe, but that the points it's meeting are presumed to be flat. So basically, how GPS does it is it's going from one flat plane to another flat plane to another flat plane, and when it leaves the flat plane it was in, it's mathematically presumed to be gone back to the globe. It's a big heap of nonsense, basically. But they're basically doing is taking angles from an equatorial plane out to points on the globe, and where they meet that point, they create a flat plane around it.
Where hell's
That's
angles?
basically it.
Hell's angles?
Hell's angles are involved.
No, there's more to it than Hell's angles. It's Hell's angles projecting disco ball Earth.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Except for disco ball Earth, they put all the little mirrors together, and then they turn it into a disco ball afterwards. It's a complete
Right.
another joke. Yeah.
In terms of ECF, though, right, you've just got each point projected out from Hell's angles from the equatorial plane, and it's just one at a time, right?
Yeah, but that could be hundreds of square miles, if you understand what I mean. Like GPS is only ever dealing with a flat plane, but they try and turn it back into a globe by they'll take every coordinates they can, or every what they call local vertical and local horizontal they can. Basically, GPS is only dealing with two dimensionals. Most of the time, it's only dealing with two dimensions, as in it only deals with two dimensions to find you. It then, because it has all the maps within, all the mapping is within the units, they can then give you your elevations, because all those maps that it has all come from surveying maps, the Ordnance Survey maps, which have the elevations involved already in there. So let's say they find where your exact location, Nathan, is via two dimensions, that just crossing lines, and then once they find your location, they'll then place that into a grid map, and then they will give you your elevation based off of the maps, the Ordnance Survey maps that have the elevations already known. So
Good,
they'll find you
good.
two-dimensionally, and then they'll
Good.
give you your elevation.
Good. Thank you.
Versus E, what is it, ECEF,
Do you want to hear
something
more?
like that?
No, I don't. I don't want to hear a whole presentation on ECI and ECEF. We'll lose the plot.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, right? So, both of these are coordinate systems for a spherical Earth. The only difference is one of them takes the spin of the Earth into account, while the other one doesn't. First of all,
There you go. You want something with that?
Wrong. It's just wrong.
No, he doesn't know what he's talking. It's just globe pre-assumption. It's complete nonsense. They
It's
don't
not globe
understand their own.
It's not globe pre-assumptions. It's taking, as we've already described, flat Earth angles from an equatorial plane, projecting them out onto a sphere. It's going to need a flat Earth. What the globers have done for the last 10 years is move past the fact that we're starting with flat Earth elevation angle measurements and start on the surface of what you said could be potentially hundreds of square miles on a flat plane that's projected out based on the Ordnance Survey. They start at the point after your point's been plotted on the surface of a sphere, taken from angles in hell, because you can't do that. Obviously, you're just taking angles from a plane. So for the coordinate system to work, it has to utilize the flat Earth measurements. He's just whistled past them, as they all do, and started by saying this is a coordinate system on a globe. No, it is not.
No, and even with what he's talking about there, what's up there, that Wikipedia link, that's talking about an inertial. Do you know what I mean? So there's no acceleration, so there's no rotation involved. They remove all claimed rotation as well. It's all a joke. Basically,
No way.
They always end up on a big flat stationary plane.
Yeah, he went
he
down to the
mistaking-
nutshell. Ron Burgundy went to the nutshell thing right here, but forgot to read this. Go ahead, Nathan.
Is he just reading inertial and thinking that means, in terms of reference frames, that means it's moving? Is that what he's done?
Yeah, he doesn't know.
So Earth-centered inertial coordinate frames have their origins, like we've said, center of mass of Earth. These are Hell's angles and are fixed with respect to the stars. I in ECI stands for inertial, i.e. not accelerating. In contrast to Earth-centered, Earth-fixed frames, 1 second, bugger, which remains fixed with respect to the Earth's surface and its rotation, and then rotates with respect to the stars. This is nonsense. Look, Hell's angles, people.
Yeah, it's they're actually referencing the celestial dome, and they're going into basically what astronomy does, which is placing you on the equatorial plane at vernal equinox, which extends it out into the claimed celestial plane, giving you a much more massive flat plane, and then they make it stationary. It's like, sounds like reality.
Yeah.
And what is that? And what is that celestial dome based upon? Polar-centric system of latitude.
Yeah, that's what they send. To represent the positions and velocities of terrestrial objects, it is convenient to use ECEF coordinates or latitude, longitude, altitude.
He
There it
must
is.
not.
See, we you know, it just pisses me off earlier because of the video we covered that was probably McToon, but we don't really know, where he's claiming that, flat earthers don't know their stuff. I can't even read this. It's tiny on my screen. I've got a tiny little presentation. I have no idea what's being presented. But just from vague notions of what's being discussed, Brian's given half a presentation. You're trying to, hurry along the fact that we're giving out too dense of an information-based show, but yet we're criticised for not knowing anything. It just bugs me that this guy's even put it up. He doesn't know what the bloody hell he's babbling about. In the text itself that you've just read out, you've
Yes, sir.
confirmed that we already know that it's an Earth that's flat in terms of the latitude grid, and all of the systems are coming from hell if you're going to even infer that there's a surplus to requirement globe involved.
Yep.
He thinks it's an Earth, it's a globe-shaped coordinate system. It's like you're just throwing that out there because you haven't got a bloody clue what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Ron Burgundy.
Yeah.
It's just hilarious because all he had to do was just look it up on Google, and you literally say frame is a global reference frame that has its origins at the center of the Earth. This reference frame does not rotate with Earth and serve as an initial reference frame. Right there on Google.
Yeah.
So
He's mixed up non-inertial and inertial, but moreover, the bit that we need to focus on is in the text that's just been read out by QE and you, is the fact that it's at the center of Earth. What does that actually mean? Well, Brian just went through it. I'm reiterating it because it's obviously, I don't want to whistle past the graveyard for all the audience. It means when they say center of Earth, they're taking angles off a flat Earth. You can't be in the center of a globe Earth. What you can be on is a flat plane getting angles, and that's exactly what we do. It's how the whole system works. It's right there in the text. It's describing latitude. That's what we do. It's an angle off a flat plane to Polaris to start this process. For you to start claiming it's a spherical coordinate system. Really? What, with origins in a flat Earth latitude system?
Yes.
No, you're just whistling past the graveyard after you've used our flat Earth measurements.
Yep.
It's what they've been doing for 10 years.
Yep.
We've got to attack the Messiah then, haven't we? Genuinely, Bri. Right, QE, you're out of order.
Wow.
You've just done... Yeah, because you've just done exactly what we've accused Witsit of. When you say Hell's angles, we all know what Hell's angles are. And we all can, with that knowledge, apply this to this nonsense that Brian started to unpick. Yeah? But that's the reality. Sometimes we do have to go to the nerd. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can go. You can abbreviate it. We're on a mission.
I
here.
know, but I haven't got.
Both of you stop. It's getting very shouty. Stop. Right, stop.
I've got hamburgers.
Stop.
Making me need to rush.
QE's running a show. I don't think QE needs to add flames to the fire of the information-rich content that we are all providing. He's just trying to keep the show ticking along. So don't criticise him for that.
He's got hamburger.
Well, I would say that you guys are making Booger pretty cranky because he's telling me he's already said super chat a bunch.
It's all wait for Booger to get to the mic.
Super mullet, super duper, super stupid.
He said, "Mama say it." Roger Ledwell, goose step, goose step.
Goose step, goose step.
Again?
That's a nasty reference, I think. Is it?
Gotcha. All right. So can we continue, Adam, or no?
I have something to add.
No way.
Well, it's just that when they, what Reg read out earlier, the reason that they're making the plane at the center inertial, and they're saying it's not inertial with respect to it's not moving like with the rotation of the Earth, as they say. It's because they're referencing not a globe Earth, but the celestial dome. That's why they're making it inertial. Because every point on the surface of the sphere must connect somehow to the celestial dome, because it's all based off of the hijacking of the celestial dome model.
All right.
It's made explicitly clear in all the navigation manuals as well. You consider the Earth stationary and you observe the rotation of the stars above you.
Yes.
Their movement and their position above the stationary ground is what you are tracking so you can navigate. So therefore, when they describe it in this way, they will describe it as inertial. Because what's the non-inertial observation? The movement of the stars.
Thank you.
It requires a spherical Earth, first of all, right, for these coordinates to make any sense. They also take it.
No, we'll need a flat Earth to be measuring the coordinates with respect to the flat plane to get the angle.
Maybe Witsit going to respond with that.
No.
I heard you say it.
Let's see.
No.
Let's see.
Take into account the spinning of the Earth, meaning it's not stationary. One of them doesn't take into account the spinning of the Earth, but it's not because it's not spinning. It's just because that's not the coordinate system just doesn't rely on the spinning of the Earth. And regardless of any outcome of those, that has nothing to do with whether the sun is circling the Earth.
Stop. The coordinate system. I mean, I agree with him, but why say it? It's like saying, you know what? The way I get to Manchester is because I like cheese. the things have got no... He's trying to link something that he then demonstrates that he realizes isn't linked. Ron's being fed here. This is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already demonstrated that. Yeah, it's convoluted gibberish. He doesn't know what he's saying.
No, he doesn't. It's a string of nonsensical garbage.
Yep.
Well,
it's about satellites.
This is. Am I right?
Starting to seem like they're playing a joke on him now, because it seems like they're just basically getting arguments and just putting them on the teleprompter and seeing if he's going to read them out. I don't know if they
what do you think? His staff is trolling him?
Yeah, like holy crap, he actually went and said it. Like,
Go ahead, Brian. Finish it up quickly.
Well, am I right to say that the reason they're on this topic is because GPS came up? I missed some of the show here.
No, I don't think it did.
Okay.
No.
Okay, no worries. Just asking because I missed it.
Well, I don't know about no worries. Can you possibly take us through the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed explanation?
Shut
again?
that
Would
will
that be
bubble your friggin' eye.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the sun. I'm saying that
You
the
said
actual
geocentric
physics.
universe.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that's because they use forces of a rotating universe. They actually treat the universe as if it's rotating and creating real inertial forces, specifically centrifugal.
We've been teasing each other here about what we should be doing, and then what do we get? Yeah, what should happen now? Seriously, dude, there's a couple of ways to go, but none of them require for me to present a world paradigm. Let's pray, but I know it's
Centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces. And in the globe model, those are fictitious forces. They're not real. In a stationary Earth model, the universe is actually rotating around the Earth, creating angular momentum. Satellites would be using that on a stationary Earth.
The satellites would be using the universe's angular momentum? Really?
Holy crap. Holy crap. This is our representative, is it?
Yep.
Oh my god.
I'd like to mitigate the shit out of your nonsense as an appraisal before I don't make a point.
Appraisal? Is that the way you call them in England?
Appraisal.
Yes, that's an English term, appraisal. What's your problem?
No problem.
Appraisal, I said. Appraisal.
An appraisal,
Okay.
not an appraisal?
You're not
An
going to
appraisal.
appease me if you carry
It's
on
an
like
appraisal.
this.
You're not going to
Appraisal.
appease me.
Well, that's what the physics and equations show. They treat it as if the universe is rotating around the Earth, creating a real force, and they have to account for them to put the satellites up. And then on a plane, you're right, that is a globe, but on a plane, that's just a
What?
coordinate system.
What is this? Is this Battle of the Nonsense waffle?
Yep.
Yep. That's what we got.
yeah,
This
this
one, it
went
becomes an
left.
ellipse,
This is your representative. Remember that.
and it takes the same flower of life geometry I showed earlier. Actually, one of those
We got the flower of life geometry coming back in here.
depictions was the ISS path, right?
So,
and that's
but-
just mapped out on a plane.
But continual motion would, in that case, I mean, with an orbit, either continual motion is
With an orbit, you're going to need a flat Earth elevation angle for those.
consequence of just the fact that there's no wind resistance, and so once your initial velocity.
Who's mumbling?
Sorry, you got to change his name to
Thanks.
Grifter's.
We'll do that. We'll change it to that exact name.
Your initial velocity basically will be maintained with a little bit of variance because of the tiny amount of atmosphere that does exist outside of what we consider the atmosphere, the 62.
What? The tiny amount of atmosphere that's outside the atmosphere? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
what a
Yeah,
clown.
these is so these this imagery is Witsit's
Yes.
imagery, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they do playing it while he's talking. Yeah, I got a conspiracy. They is trolling him.
2-mile delineation, which is not a scientific delineation, it's an aeronautical delineation, determining whether or not you can fly using conventional methods.
I'm trying to move forward.
Yeah, what's he
No, I
babbling
know,
about?
but-
Aeronautical delineations. What the bloody hell's he babbling about?
He doesn't know. He has no idea. No, we're not going back.
Or whether you need rocket propulsion.
Okay,
So,
well, don't just pause it for a second. I'm not asked about that. It's twice I've heard that, and if it's true, then everything as an accusation we throw with regards to you're here to present Aether is exactly true. If that's another straw man picture that Infowars has put up after you've mentioned in your pre-show chat toroidal fields, and they've gone and pulled that shit out, and fair play. I don't know if I can make that accusation, but fundamentally, sadly, that's all I've heard Witsit fight for.
Yep.
you can have inertia that exists that continually rockets something around the Earth with.
You can have inertia that continuously rockets something around the Earth. You don't know what inertia means.
He doesn't know the words he's using. He's just talking nonsense.
Yep. You're a clown. You're retarded, Ron. Of course, we all knew that from the beginning.
Without additional input. But if something's just floating above a plane, it either needs to be pushed in a way that that's continually being pushed. But even if not,
pushed in a way that's continually being pushed. Good.
We need something to change its direction. I mean, how do you explain that? Satellites just floating above us in an ellipses, you would need external forces. That would require fuel. That would be pretty obvious to people building the satellite, right?
Like I said, they use the actual force of the universe rotating around the Earth in the physics and equations. And so on a stationary Earth, that's it. Instead of the
So
Earth
not
spinning,
only is my representative a space believer, he's now taking the question alongside him with forces of the universe propelling satellites in space.
Yep.
This is my representative. Oh dear, oh dear.
Nathan, what we've got now again is someone flexing his intellectuality to say, I understand the equations they use. And in doing so, I will partially reify them for you.
He doesn't even know what an equation is.
No, I know, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying he does. I'm not saying he does know them. I'm saying he's making the claim that he's got the intellect to recognize all these things. That's his point he's just made. I'm so clever, I understand all these things. And in doing so, I can critique them. Not destroy them on their fundamentals, but just engage on the nuance, which is what he'll do, isn't it?
Yes, he's putting on an air. Yes, without doing shit. Yes.
And he's actually conceding to him. He's conceding and making arguments for him, saying like, oh, well, actually it's this way. Where you conceding to him, when you basically trying to explain space instead of explaining it as being a second law of thermodynamics violation and saying, oh, well, actually it's like this. You are now making the claim for space. You're conceding to this argument. You're just saying that I'm going to critique it. Your argument is wrong. This is actually how it works.
He's in standing contradiction. Yeah, he's in standing contradiction. Yeah, he's a double speaker. I identified him years ago with that. See my playlist, Witsit Clown. There's over 28 hours of it.
The illusion that the sky spins, right? It's actually the sky spinning around the Earth like we observe. That would generate a real force. So it would have angular momentum, and there would be a net inward force. So if you threw something up in it, it would just continually move around with the universe's momentum, the actual angular momentum and force of the universe. And what I'm pointing out is that's literally the physics and equations that they use. And
that's the physics. Show the physics. You don't know what physics is.
Again, he's right.
He's right.
For him to be able, he is correct in what he just said there.
No,
but
he's not.
For that to have any resonance with anybody would take a couple of years of education, right, to get it up to that. To be a pertinent point.
All right, then you show the physics. Then
I'm not saying I can show the physics. I'm saying the point he's presenting is what they claim, right, and that fundamentally is true. But seriously, listen to yourself, dude. You're not actually presenting an argument. You're desperately trying to show how clever you are.
Who cares what they claim?
Well, that's why I point
How
out that
about what Planet Earth claim? Can we get to that?
There's going to be none of that. There's not that much time left.
The end of it, right? Because that actually is a major problem for heliocentrism. But the plane is just a coordinate system transform. You could think you're going around the globe, and it would just be an ellipse over a plane, and you would have no idea. They actually account for a change in velocity, which makes perfect sense with an ellipse. But in the globe model, it's supposedly free falling in a geodesic path, not changing velocity. Yet they actually do account for change in velocity and a change in the speed of light for the signals for GPS.
I'm going to have to make here.
What they're
The angular velocity described is also a description with respect to a flat plane. For him to infer that there is a comparable velocity to ascribe to satellites in a sky vacuum that you've already overcome in contradiction requires you to describe the angular velocity. That is to say, the distance that they'll travel towards the horizon. That's with respect to a flat plane also, like everything.
They're actually doing and accounting for doesn't work with the model. It's just overlooked. People assume it. I wanted to address what you were asking, though, the meta here, which is like, are these people in on it? No, of course not, bro. They think the Earth's a globe.
Oh, these people on it? No. What about the angular? The transformation is from a flat Earth in the first instance. That got brushed over. Now we're into dealing with the 2015 appeal to motivation fallacy. Would they be in on the lie? It's a crap. We can show that they're not putting things into a sky vacuum because we haven't got a sky vacuum. And the motivation of those who make product is irrelevant.
use these coordinate systems for
Earlier
convenience
on,
sake, right?
Nathan,
And
I alluded to you've got to be polite, so I gave mitigation for him. But when you look at these moments, this is the point where he's done the politeness, addressed something, paused, and readdressed the room with something. And these are the points you look at what your exponent readdresses the room with. What's he done in all of this? You heard me say, oh no, he's going to defend the tea lady. Yeah? And that's the point. He's decided to come back here, which is why there's no genuineness critique here, but it's really disappointing that if you're going to pause a conversation, finish it like he did, and then bring up something powerful for yourself, why would you go back to some special pleading?
Because he's a pretender clown, that's why.
it works. It's good enough. Who cares? They think they use Newtonian gravity, even though that's no longer the case. It works good enough, and people make little pieces for it. That's one of the main arguments for Apollo. It's like there were 300,000 people that were all in on it because they made pieces. It's like, no, they compartmentalized the job to everyday Americans. So you would ask me that question, right? So
no,
you
no.
would think it's legit.
That's not how compartmentalization works. I mean,
Oh, brother.
compartmentalization
There you
is
go.
an aspect of like the military
Yeah.
secret
So
operations.
now he's been ordered, hasn't he? Because he's addressed the special pleading fallacy. Yeah. And now, no, that's decompartmentalization. Another big word that Ron's had fed to him. Yeah. And now we're into nonsense. This next bit will be about that, about how the tea lady was protected.
The people who are compartmentalized know they're compartmentalized. The people who are building satellites are in.
The people who are compartmentalized know that they are compartmentalized. What? What? What a retard. You're a retard. That makes no sense. And your point is what?
In communication with the people building the other parts of the satellite, and they observe it as it flies, and then
They observe it as it flies, really. Show. For every piece of a satellite, we want to see them observing it as it flies. You glue sniffer.
readings, data readings to determine whether or
Oh,
not
they're getting the data readings too. Yeah, I'm sure.
the mission was successful. So
The mission was successful. One mission. In the second law of thermodynamics violation mission.
they would have to be fed fake information, or
Who's being fed fake information? If I'm making a friggin' widget for Raytheon, do you think I'm out there collecting data on the friggin' rocket that the satellite's on in fairy tale Narnia? You think so? What an imbecile you are.
Sorry, can we speak
or
after
like what
about those
happens
widgets?
is, I mean, they think
What?
So can we speak after about those widgets?
Yes.
I've got an order.
I think, yeah, we got that covered.
they're launching a
I've got
satellite
a point
into
I
orbit.
want to
Are
make
they,
to Brian, if that's...
I'm sure
Right.
you do. I'll tell you what, my burgers are just about done.
Based on what you just said, 'cause you reacted to it in terms of making sure we can see it from there to there. Yeah. Then they've now gone multi-screen as they try to present as if there is this continuous imagery of all of these transitional phases as we go from, let's put it simply, from a pressurized point to a vacuum point. That in of itself is like a 2015 argument, okay, still yet to be addressed. We've got these multi-shots. Ron's said his words, which triggered you, QE, which is what triggered me in terms of your response. That's what's on screen now. To pretend that there's some continuous journey, like there's some continuous archaeological record. Yeah, this is what's being shown on Infowars with their super duper split screen now.
Oh, making widget 567
Yeah.
at Raytheon. I'll go in 2 days. I'll go into accounts, not accounts receivable, shipment. When did widget 567 ship out? Wait a second. Right now. Oh, I missed it. It was 2 days ago. I'm not tracking it anymore. Friggin' clown.
Right, as opposed to what we would do if we were chasing this down, right? So I don't know if Witsit's got this available to his, monitoring setup. Probably not. It's probably done in post. But nevertheless, what would we be doing, given the opportunity to see what they've presented here? we'd start waving our mouse over the black bit and going, so the rocket's gone into this area of volume that the gas isn't. Didn't we cover this already?
Yes.
If the sky was this black area 10 to the minus 17 Taurus shown in these diagrams, then all of the gas we are breathing would all vacate into that area because there's nothing stopping it.
Are they not,
Well,
or is there a parallel industry that's doing the real math and feeding them the fake information? I mean, you get this whole thing.
Hello?
Whoever that was.
Yeah, I
Hello?
was just trying to add something in there. I was trying to just be courteous, not to jump in on top of Nathan and Adam. What they do, right, is hang on.
You be your own man. Don't let him undermine you, Brian.
Yeah, I won't.
He's got burgers. That's what you got to remember, Brian.
I'm not going to stop them eating burgers. It'll be fine. Right? What they do and how they hijack natural effects, especially the pressure gradient, is they start teaching people that the gradient works as in there's this gradual, continuous, smooth change in pressure from the surface of Earth off out into space, right? But it's this gradual thing. And then they have the maths that fits that claim after they've been telling people about it. And that maths will involve a force of gravity, blah, 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 all a lot of nonsense. And that's how they hijacked it. But it's all a lot of nonsense because 85% of all, at least 85% of all our air is underneath cloud level. So consequently, how could we have a smooth change from surface to even 10 miles up, 12 miles up? You couldn't. And there's also changes in temperatures that happen. You can't have a smooth change. There's a completely marked difference from below cloud level to above cloud level. You know what I mean? They want to give the impression there's this continuous smooth change because that's the way they needed it to be taught so they could start hijacking it and claim a force of gravity was doing something. You know, while they were denying X, which is gas pressure. But that's how they do it and that's what they do.
I'll tell you what, I'm stopping this. That's it for today.
Let's not do a part 3. That's enough.
I'll go ahead and review the rest of it and see where this goes, but this was a train wreck, epic train wreck of a dumpster of a disaster. That's all I can say. Well, I'm not trying to poison the well. You people listen to it. You make your call.
I'll make a public appeal. According to Infowars, right, and this has come up on this broadcast, it was suggested that Witsit was there by popular demand. Therefore, if you are amongst the many that must have contacted Infowars to tell him that you wanted Witsit there, let us know in the comments. There was also some mention that was there like a poll on Twitter then? Someone mentioned that. What was the deal with that? Did we get to the bottom of that?
Yeah, that's true. Someone said, Alberica said, I think it was, said there was a poll, or someone said it on Twitter.
What was the question in the poll? Was it, did Witsit represent the flat Earth? That would be the poll I would ask.
The poll was pre the thing. The poll was a big part of getting Witsit on there. But I'd like to know from people who did vote on the poll, what did they think? Because, I mean, I don't know what that was supposed to be, but it doesn't represent me.
Brian, that's what I wanted to say. There are people that are pointing at how Witsit done and how he did.
Absolutely, Neil.
Oh, you can't hear me? Sorry.
Well, I would like to know what was the choices. Who was the other choices besides Witsit?
Yes, Reg. Exactly. Was it just a case of Infowars asking who do you want?
Sorry, Brian.
Just rumpus Brian. I'll just rumpus him again since Adam rumpused him the whole time.
I'm just saying, based off what Reg said, because I thought of that something similar earlier. What was it a case of just Infowars put out a thing, and Witsit was the name that, you know what I mean, they turned up the most? Was it simply that? I just like to know what the people who voted for Witsit, what they think of his performance on there. You know what I mean? What they think of what he did, because it didn't represent me. I don't know what it really. Only portions of it had anything to do with the arguments that generally flat earthers are making. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if there's a load of other flat earthers that aren't aware of all the flat earthers on YouTube and Discord and everywhere. I don't know if there's other flat earthers out there who aren't aware of all these people and all these arguments. I don't know. I certainly don't run into them.
Mike, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, if you read the comments, there are people going crazy over Witsit, how great he did, how he destroyed this guy. Even in your comments, when your show is going by, I think Witsit did a great job. I'm like, what show were you watching?
Yeah, it's like they're nearly paid. It's ridiculous. Give me a break. Nobody won that. It was the biggest draw ever. Go on, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the guy I don't think that guy really had a seat at the table. So it's not like he was like hard to destroy. I think it's more of, did he represent the arguments?
Well, Reg, all you'd have to do, if you were in there, Reg, all you'd have to do, and first thing he'd do is, Anthony'd say, you'd ask him you'd make sure you're agreeing on terms. Anthony'd say, like, you'd ask him to define it, or if he makes a claim, you'd ask him to support it. Straight away, the whole thing is, he's derailed immediately. You just ask him to define or to support anything, he's derailed. That's what a normal debate happens. That's what happens. You know what I mean? People ask people to support their claims, but not there. No, just everyone the two people making loads of different claims that don't really have anything to do with anything for the majority of it, and no one's asking anyone to support anything. What's the point of it?
Hey, Nathan.
It doesn't matter that.
Nathan, not Adam.
Oh no! Before you do that, come on, let me have it. If you're gonna,
you better make
Adam was trying to get. He was rumpusing Brian because he wanted to get a word in. Then, did you want me to round out?
Yes.
I wanted to agree with Reg, and it is the final point, okay, that he raised, and it's what I've repeatedly said, and I agree with Brian's points there. They're put their nuances within the debate, but I'll ask you again, as a flat earther, did you feel Witsit met his mission statement, which was to represent the flat Earth, or did you feel there was another agenda that I think he didn't do a bad job on meeting?
Answers in the comment section.
I agree with you, Reg.
Answers in the comment section below. With that, I'm going to say a huge. He's going to rumpus my outro, isn't he?
Yeah.
I can just feel it. With that, a huge, massive, enormous thank you first and foremost to all of you in the Quantum Eraser live stream for smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, and all that good stuff. And of course, a massive thank you to all of today's public and Ballbusters panel for making this live show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley. Massive thank you to Quantum Eraser, and we will see you all in the next Ballbusters.
Quantum Eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs at a steadfast pace, asking what's science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him cowbell, the illusion fades, and with each strike, the glow-burst illusion degrades. Curious treatments, they cure them of their plight, guide them toward truth with all his might. We call him QE, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about being a Glober is telling your daddy you're gay, oh so gay. That's why they need QE's treatments. They call him QE, quantum eraser. They call him QE, the quantum eraser.